That's 800-260-1679.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day.
You can recover.
Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin with U.S. strikes on ISIS in Nigeria. CBS's Willie James Inman with details.
We, of course, know, according to a statement from AFRICOM, that is the military apparatus that oversees military operations in Africa for the U.S., that several of these alleged ISIS militants were killed in this strike. And the president saying that it was a powerful strike. The Secretary of Defense, I'll note, he said that there's potentially more to come.
A deadly attack in northern Israel. Reporter Linda Gradstein is in Jerusalem.
Police said the attacker was a 37-year-old Palestinian from the village of Kabatya and that he had been working illegally in Israel. He apparently used his employer's car to carry out the first attack that killed a 68-year-old man. He then left the car and stabbed a young woman at the side of the road who had apparently been hitchhiking. Israel's defense minister ordered the army to locate and thwart every terrorist in the village.
In Japan, a man went on a stabbing rampage at a tire factory.
At least 15 people have been injured in a knife attack at a factory in central Japan. Local media say up to 8 were stabbed, while others were affected by liquids spread by the suspect. Some victims have been taken to hospital. Officials say they are all conscious. The suspect has been arrested for attempted murder.
The BBC's Eileen McHugh says the liquid appeared to be bleach that the suspect threw at victims during the attack. Extremely heavy rain continues in Southern California. CBS's Andreas Gutierrez reports from Altadena.
A flood watch warning remains in effect through Friday afternoon, not just here, but in Northern California, where weather conditions in San Francisco prompted Waymo to temporarily suspend service.
The storm's prompting several rescue operations as well. Ventura County Fire Captain Anthony McHale.
We do what's called a Flying Stokes operation. Lifted the victim up off the river bottom and onto the roadway. It was a very successful operation, and fortunately was a good outcome. He's uninjured.
Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency in 6 counties. Different weather story as you head east. CBS News New York meteorologist Tony Sadiku.
Active day of weather for any post-Christmas travel anywhere from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. Ice storm warnings just east of Pittsburgh will mean treacherous travel across portions of the I-80 corridor. And a winter storm warning for New York City. Could see its biggest snow in nearly 4 years.
If you planned on a fancy lobster dinner at home for New Year's Eve, you might need to change your plans. A $400,000 shipment of live lobsters was hijacked. It was heading for Costco locations in Illinois and Minnesota. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And good morning. This is the day after Christmas. Happy day after Christmas. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland as she gets ready to host the Mummers Parade next week. We are at 1210 WPHT. You can find us on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, YouTube, on your regular radio. Before we get started with the Dawn Stensland Show, we had to have on Mr. H-Share himself, Phil Omquist, for this day in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kale and Company.
Today, December 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Large from Metallica, who's 62, and Chris Daughtry, who's 46. Sing the Coochie Drives Me Crazy by the Fine Young Cannibals in 88, and I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles in 63. Album to Good America's debut in 71. Also in 68, Led Zeppelin began their first U.S. tour. In 86, the Beastie Boys began their License to Ill tour. In 79, Pink Floyd's The Wall began a 50-week run atop the album chart. In 70, George Harrison would top the singles chart. In 66, Jimi Hendrix wrote the lyrics to Purple Haze. And in 73, The Exorcist premiered in theaters. Hell, that for an after-Christmas movie. But lastly, since we weren't here yesterday, and they were one of my favorite bands, 50 years ago yesterday, Steve Harris formed Iron Maiden. And yes, new show tomorrow night. See you then. For KL Company, I'm Phil Almquist. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Phil. There's a lot you missed on this day in music history, I got to tell you. There's a lot you missed. All right, let's just...
Okay, so in terms of him, and Elvis is donating all those stuffed bears?
Yes, he did that yesterday. Today, in Elvis Presley history, the Memphis Draft Board granted Elvis Presley deferment until March 20th, 1958, so he could finish filming King Creole. But that's important for listeners to understand that Elvis did serve his time in the Army. He could have
he did. I announced it when he had his draft notice a couple weeks ago.
Absolutely. And he donated those thousands of teddy bears to the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And today, in 1964, the Elvis Presley single Blue Christmas from 1957 hit number 11 in the United Kingdom. So, Phil, I love your segment, but let's not forget the king.
I look as often as I do, and I throw it in as often as I do. You know, I throw it in more than most stations. That's for sure.
Even though maybe Nick Cale or Greg Stocker kind of get upset when you mention Elvis.
Well, Nick Cale doesn't know music at all, so I discount him completely. It's Greg. I trigger as much as I can.
What's coming up on your show this weekend?
Let's see. We will look back at some of my favorite albums from 2025. For Phil's history, Phil's spotlight this week.
So it's not all just old heavy metal stuff.
No, it's everything. Last week I went everything from the Beach Boys to current stuff. So it's everything and everything.
Did you have a good Christmas?
I had a great Christmas. Yeah, I was in Connecticut yesterday.
Any good Christmas presents you want to tell us?
I mean, they're all good. I can't really complain. So it wasn't a lot. But it was just spending the time with my sister and her kids and stuff. That was fun.
Yeah, hanging out with family.
Yeah.
Do you have an all-time best Christmas present when you got when you were a kid, like your first record player?
No, probably my big wheel though. When I was 7 or 8, whatever it was, that was the coolest.
That's a big one. I remember one year Santa brought me the Barbie Dream House, and that was an expensive present. Those Barbie Dream Houses are expensive, and when my dad saw it, he was kind of shocked that it was so expensive and very flimsy. So he kind of took plywood and he reinforced it. So, I mean, we could have had a hurricane here in Philly and nothing would have knocked that Barbie Dream House over. So I want to thank my dad for that. Today is his birthday, but he went to heaven a few years ago. I always felt like he got kind of gypped on the her whole birthday thing because it's the day after Christmas. But I think he just enjoyed that he got to spend time with his family, right around his birthday. So happy birthday and
have a good show, Linda.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, talk to you later.
And that was Phil Almquist, and we call him Mr. H here because his show is on Saturday nights, and it is doing absolutely excellent in the ratings. So if you are around on Saturday nights to listen to it, please do, or you can download it the next day on the Odyssey app. So. Coming up on the Dawn Stensland show today, we have some really interesting guests. Pretty soon I'm going to have Hans von Spakowski. He is formerly of the Heritage Foundation. I never thought that I would say that, but if anyone's been following the news, there's been a mass exodus from the Heritage Foundation, and Hans worked in their election integrity group there for years and years and years. He's one of the most brilliant election law lawyers I know. I've known Hans for a long time, so we're going to talk election stuff, but maybe he'll give us some insight on what happened there at the Heritage Foundation and what's going on. Why did so many people exit, where they're going, what's next for the Heritage Foundation. And I am sitting in for Dawn Stensland today. This is Linda Kearns. You can find me at Linda Kearns Law. Dawn is getting ready for the Mummers Parade. I think the Mummers Parade is a great day, is a great way to set off the new year here in Philadelphia. And it's being broadcast live on several outlets. You can get it on MeTV2, WFMZ, WFMZ.com. So if you're around on New Year's Day and you can't get to the Mummers Parade, just Google how to watch it so you can watch Dawn and her beloved husband, Larry Mente. I know that she's really preparing. She's working very hard to host that Mummers Parade. And when you think about it, we have the Mummers here in Philadelphia, and those of us who are here grew up with it. But have you ever gone to another state or another city and just mentioned the word Mummers, and then somebody says, "What's a mummer?" and then have to explain it? It's not very easy to explain. I mean, what do you say? It's a folk festival parade, but how do you explain that people get dressed up in themed costumes and march down Broad Street and Market Street? And how do you explain the fancies and the string bands and the song that they play?
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever thought it? Has anyone ever asked you what a mummer is, Sean?
Yeah, so like even in Jersey, even in Delaware, I've been confronted with people that did never ever heard of the Mummers Parade. So like when I explain it, they just like, is it a gigantic festival that's going on that's getting crazy or something like that? It's like, not necessarily. It's more so like a costume thing. Like think of it like Halloween when everyone's coming together to see who got the best dress. But that's how the Mummers are.
But those Mummers work. They work on that all year. I mean, they're going to start this month. They're going to start this month working not this month, not January for next year. Like that is an all year type thing, and it's so Philly. And there are so many things that are so Philly, and that's one of them. And I think it's a absolutely undividedly great way to start off the new year.
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of the Mummers, actually.
You are?
So me and Dawn, last year, I bring my daughter every single year to the Mummers Parade.
Do you?
And last year, I was supposed to get a little bit closer so I could show her the main stage where Dawn and everyone be at. But this year is actually going to happen, hopefully, fingers crossed. And I get to bring my daughter down there so we can be real close up and see the Mummers Parade. Because, I love those festivities. I've been doing that festivity since I was a kid. So I'm just trying to keep the tradition going.
Oh, she will absolutely love that. That's such a great way to start New Year's Day. So that means that you probably got to go to bed pretty early on New Year's Eve. So I hope everyone does, at least if you're not going to be there and watch the Mummers Parade in person, try to catch it on TV. It is an amazing, amazing tradition, and we have to keep that tradition alive here in Philadelphia because, we're Philly. We are the city of brotherly love, and we are the birthplace of independence, the home of the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. There's lots of special things about Philly, and that's why here at 1210 WPHT we are live and local all day, and happy to bring you live and local. Right before Christmas, I saw a movie that I am still thinking about, and it was called Housemaid. And it has that girl in it that is getting all of the press, Sydney Sweeney. But I will tell you, it was a good movie. It's a thriller, so I missed a lot of it because I was covering my eyes for it because I was pretty scared. Because it's like a psychological thriller, and you didn't know what was going to happen, and that there was all these twists. It wasn't necessarily like a scary movie, like the kinds that come out at Halloween. It was just one that just really kept you guessing. There was a little bit of blood and gore in it. I mean, I had to hide my eyes for it. But if you're looking for a movie to go to, that's not a bad one to pick to go see in the theaters. I wouldn't bring the young kids, definitely not, because, some of the themes in it. But I just feel like sometimes you go to these movies lately and they're not entertaining. And this one really was just pure entertaining. You just sat in your seat and you were just wondering what was going to happen next. And we went to see it actually at the in the AMC theater that's right on Market Street. It's called I call it the old Gallery building. I'm not even sure what it's called. It's where they used to have that Gallery Mall, and it's one of those theaters where you sit down and the seats recline, and if you want to order food, they bring food to your seat. So it's a really cool movie experience, but obviously the product has to be pretty good. And then, and it was, and I do recommend that if you're looking for just a fun movie to go to. And then watching the previews, it looks like there's some pretty good movies coming up this year. There's one, they're doing a whole movie on Michael Jackson. It looks like I think his nephew is playing him. And obviously I grew up with Michael Jackson, so all that I witnessed live growing up. But I think that'll be an interesting. I hope they treat that material and really show us what that was like, because there was really other than Elvis Presley, nobody like Michael Jackson, how popular he was. And I'm kind of wondering if they're going to address the whole, fact that he married Elvis Presley's daughter. That better be a big part of the movie, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, that's very interesting there, because that was the key thing that I was thinking about too. Like, are they going to introduce that? Like, see, most of these movies that be trying to react, and a famous artist and talk about their lives, they take a lot of pieces out. So, like, I just hope that this Michael Jackson movie will be fully 100% uncut, just the real raw side of him.
Well, the preview looked really good, and obviously I was in the movie theater and with the huge on the huge screen, the preview looked good, and it looked like it really hit like a lot of his concerts. And that first time he did the moonwalk, I mean, I was a kid when that happened. I remember just kind of just watching that. I mean, we watched that live. Like, what is a moonwalk? And he just danced across that stage.
Yeah, that's very interesting too. And I know Michael Jackson have many success, but I also do want to know about his other situations, like when he had built an amusement park in his house. Like, what was that for, and things like that.
I think that when you get that kind of fame and that kind of money, you just can't live a normal life. Like, he can't go into Wawa and get coffee. He doesn't have the normal life, or did not have the normal life, and then that's why they get caught up in all that other stuff. And so, a lot of his life was tragic, but he was really, really talented. Just,
I agree.
Really amazing. And when are we ready for our next guest?
We can go to break and then we can come back. We already got the guests lined up, actually.
All right, good, because I can't wait to Hans. All right, this is Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT, and we will be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you land. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about my friends at United Tire and Service. United Tire wants to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. If you need quick travel preparations, now is the time to save and make sure your car is ready for winter driving. United Tire has some of the best prices of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service that your car needs. Happy holidays from United Tire and Service. And remember, don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Get ready to celebrate the holidays in style during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Kia Sportage LX for just $179 a month, or the 2025 Kia K4 LXS for $129 a month for 24 months. Make your holidays bright with incredible savings at Scott Kia of Springfield, or visit the brand new Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing. Drive home the magic today. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
The new year is a good time to take a look at your credit card, says Bankrate's Ted Rossman. You can start by dumping cards with higher fees.
If you're paying a fee for a card you're not using much, it's time to downgrade to something else.
He adds you should check on your credit card benefits. That's because you may be sitting on a gold mine.
Maybe it's unused credit card points. Maybe you have cash back sitting around. Sometimes you can redeem for gift cards.
I'm Rob Hart.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus.
an accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And if you're hearing Elvis, it means Linda Kearns is sitting in here on 1210 WPHT, live and local from Philadelphia. And our next guest needs no introduction, and so I don't want to waste precious radio time introducing him and talking about all of his accomplishments. I will say that he is his name is synonymous with election integrity. Hans von Spakovsky. Hans, are you there?
Yeah, Linda, I am here, and it's very nice to talk to you after Christmas.
Yeah, happy day after Christmas. So, Hans, lots going on in your life. Can we talk about your next step? I mean, is this something that we can talk about on air? Your big changes.
Well, I resigned from Heritage, the Heritage Foundation, on Monday, along with my good friend, longtime colleague, Cully Stimson, and I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do next. I'm going to, I figured I would try to enjoy the Christmas holidays, having my family home, and then try to figure out what to do next.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what brought about this resignation and this mass exodus from Heritage?
Look, I don't want to talk a lot about it. I'll just say that I think there were many people unhappy about the direction that Heritage is going in. I mean, folks can read about it at the Wall Street Journal, National Review, Reason Magazine, and I think they'll kind of get an idea of what's been going on and why so many of the, frankly, major important people there have left. All I can say is I'm very saddened by all of this. I was recruited by Ed Follner and Ed Meese. Ed Follner was the longtime president of Heritage. He really started and organized it. Ed Meese, I tell you, Ed Meese is, I think, in my opinion, the best attorney general this country's ever had. And when he left the Reagan administration, he got recruited by Ed Follner, who said, "Ed, I want you to come over and form a legal center." Well, the legal center at Heritage doesn't exist anymore, and Ed Meese has lent his name to a new legal center being set up over at an organization run by Mike Pence. I have not gone over there. Like I said, I'm just going to try to think about what I can do next.
Well, you are just, like I said in my brief introduction, synonymous with election integrity. And we are now going into the midterms, which can be tough for the party whose guy is in office. And also, you know me, we've worked together on countless election matters. I've known you for a very long time. I kind of hold down the fort here in Pennsylvania. You're more you more do work and talk about all the different states. But I am frustrated by the where we are with election integrity. I feel like sometimes these laws get passed and no one really thinks about them and thinks about the downstream consequences, like mail-in balloting. And while I think mail-in balloting is here to stay, I think it can be a real problem with regard to election integrity.
It is. Look, and Pennsylvania, unfortunately, has this long history of fraud occurring through mail-in ballots, and a lot of it in Philadelphia. There have been major cases there. I mean, you probably remember this better than me, but wasn't it like 20 years ago a congressman from Pennsylvania, I think, was convicted of engaging in mail absentee ballot fraud. I mean, it's just one case after another. Now, look, there's all kinds of issues with it. It is here to stay, but look, states ought to do very basic things like not only require an ID for voting in person, but an ID for voting by mail with an absentee ballot. A number of states have put that in. And folks should know there's now a big case before the U.S. Supreme Court because Judicial Watch sued the state of Mississippi over the fact that they put in a law like too many states now have that say, oh, don't worry about getting your absentee ballot in by Election Day. We'll receive and count ballots even after Election Day. The longest state in the country, I think, is Illinois, with 2 weeks. 2 weeks after Election Day, you can still get your absentee ballot. Anyway, they sued, and the courts there said, you can't do that. That violates the federal law that says Election Day is the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and Supreme Court has now accepted the case. So if they decide that those lower courts got it right, that will wipe out the new deadline states have set up in many states allowing absentee ballots to come in after Election Day. And look, you and I both know what that means. It makes it easier for people who want to cheat to see, oh, well, what was the count on Election Day?
Hans, absolutely.
We lost.
And
yeah.
And I think that those laws also, those horrible laws about extending Election Day, they can really turn some of the more local type elections, and because those local elections are often decided by only a few votes, whereas vote for president or senator not so much. So those types of laws that should have never been passed, that kind of stuff should never be allowed. That can really change who gets elected. And what I think sometimes voters don't understand is how expensive it is to run for office. Even a local office, it can be very expensive. It can be very difficult to find people. And just from my point of view, people say, like, when I die, they're going to write on my tombstone, all she wanted was more poll watchers. But under the banner of poll watchers, it's not that easy to find poll watchers to watch the counting of the mail ballots for 2 weeks after election. And citizens have a right to watch that.
Yeah, no, they do. And that's just one of the many problems. But and look, anybody who doubts that election fraud occurs, all I got to do is, I hate to give a reference, but look, we did a lot of work before I left the Heritage Foundation on establishing an election fraud database. It shows proven cases of fraud from all over the country. You go to that database, you'll find many, many cases, unfortunately, of absentee ballot fraud, and there are over 1,600 proven cases documented on that database. So it happens.
Right. And as someone who works for campaigns, there's always a fine line, because when you're involved in a campaign and you're representing a candidate, I have to encourage voters to get out and vote. And I have to encourage voters to vote by any means that are available, because that's what the other side's using. So we do really try as much as we can to make mail balloting as safe as we can make it within the context that we have. But as an election integrity person, it's just not a good way to conduct an election. And I also get worried about the older people or people who people can take advantage of, because when I fill out my mail ballot, I don't want someone standing over me looking at how I'm voting or having any influence in the process, and that's a real danger with mail-in balloting.
No, it certainly is, and we should remind folks, again, those who think, oh, this doesn't happen, that it was only, 2-3 years ago that former Pennsylvania congressman pleaded guilty to almost a dozen felonies, and what was he doing? He was bribing the managers of several polling places in Philadelphia to put fake fraudulent ballots into the ballot box after polling hours had closed. They all also pleaded guilty to accepting bribes to do that. And look, we don't know. He did this in multiple elections, so we have no idea how many hundreds or thousands of fraudulent ballots were cast in elections in Philly for his clients, because he was now working as a political consultant. So people need to remember that the kind of fraud that has occurred, that is not something from 100 years ago, but that's an example of it happening just recently.
Absolutely. And that's why when we do have these elections, it's so important to, I sound like a broken record, to recruit the poll watchers and the ballot observers, the people who are watching the mail ballots get opened at the election offices. And, you know, Hans, in the 24 election, I had recruited my brother, one of my brothers, to stand there and watch ballots getting open in Montgomery County. And I remember he texted me and he said, "This is the most boring thing I've ever done." And I said, exactly. Yes, it is. It is boring, but you are there to keep your eyeballs on those ballots to make sure nothing happens. And it is a long day to observe ballots or sit in a polling place, but it is so necessary for just to keep our elections free.
Well, not only that, but listen, he ought to be happy, because if it was a boring day, that means that hopefully there was no kind of fraud going on or mistakes being made. That a boring day, that's a good day in the election area. Any election official will tell you that.
Hans, yeah, you're speaking my language. I tell people that. Like when these poll watchers say, "I sat there all day and nothing happened," I say, you were the best poll watcher I had, because you were sitting there. You discouraged anyone from maybe, not doing the right thing. And, recently in Chester County, they had this huge debacle where they had printed the poll books incorrectly. And there was no independents, or basically no non-Republicans or Democrats in the poll books. And once they discovered it, they had to send new poll books out. And then a lot of people had to vote on provisional ballots. And it was really chaotic. And had we had poll watchers in every single polling place, first of all, we might have known about it a little bit earlier in the day. And then the poll watchers could have watched to make sure that people were filling out their provisional ballots correctly. So that's why it's just so important to have those eyeballs on the polling places. And any election, you just need so many volunteers, and it needs so much money to just fund that and just be organized about it. And I don't think voters always realize the kind of behind the scenes work that goes into it.
Boy, I sure agree. And I for everybody out there complaining if they don't like what local government is, they like policies, well, one of the ways to do something about it is make sure you either volunteer or get paid to be an election official on election day, because that's your way of trying to ensure that we have a truly democratic process when we're choosing who's going to lead us in government.
Yeah. And before I let you go, I do want to mention the Public Interest Legal Foundation. You are on the board. I represent the Public Interest Legal Foundation. We do have a case before the Supreme Court of the United States. It is on, of course, Pennsylvania and the voter roll issues. We found that there was non-citizens on the voter rolls, and we have been asking for Pennsylvania to be much more transparent about what they did about it. We did win at the lower court, at the district court level, but unfortunately we did not at the Third Circuit. So we applied to the Supreme Court, and we are waiting for the response from the Commonwealth. But we're really hoping the Supreme Court takes that case.
Yeah, I'd have to say, best organization in the business of trying to ensure election integrity.
Yep, I talk about it frequently. I'm going to have Christian on. I'm guest hosting next week too, so I'm going to have Christian on to talk about it. Well, Hans, why don't you enjoy all this time that you have off and really think about your next step, because we need you. America needs you. We need you to keep elections fair and safe. Where can people find you if they want to follow what you're doing?
Well, I have to set up a new website.
Okay.
And I haven't quite done that yet, although I should, unless they change it, I should have an article out at Fox on Monday about the birthright citizenship issue that's up before the U.S. Supreme Court.
Okay. All right. Well, we will look for that. We'll have a very happy day after Christmas. Enjoy the rest of your break. And Hans, I can't wait to see what's next for you, because you are so talented and so needed in the election integrity movement.
Thanks, Linda.
Thanks for coming on, Hans. Okay, Sean, are we ready for our next guest, or do we have to take a break? What are we doing?
We're going to take a break, and then I got to get ready to get the guest started, because the guests haven't called yet.
Okay, great. All right, so this is Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT. live and local in Philadelphia, and we will be right back.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And we are back. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stenslin on the Dawn Stenslin Show here on 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, watch along on YouTube. If you'd like to call in, our call-in number is 855-839-1210. And I want to say happy day after Christmas to everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the Christmas holiday and maybe you're enjoying some time off or maybe you're at work listening. You have to work the day after Christmas, but hey, maybe it's a little bit of an easier day. So I do want to welcome our next guest in. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right because it's her. I'm going to say Megan Mobbs. And she is the director of Independent Women's Center for American Safety and Security. And I'm really excited to talk to her about what she's working on. Megan, are you there?
Hi, good morning. And it's Megan. I know my parents gave me a lot of letters for Megan.
Yeah,
There's 7,
what's with
but
the
it's Megan.
spelling? Yeah. Okay. All right. So Megan, so sorry about that. Well, welcome. I hope you had a very good Christmas. And what are you working on now?
So thank you very much for having me, and a happy day after Christmas as well. I hope all the listeners had a wonderful time with their most loved ones over this holiday season. So as you said, I am the director for the Center of American Safety and Security at Independent Women, which is a large all-women think tank, and my specific area of focus is on all of the issues that fall under the safety and security umbrella. So we just released a major report called Women in the West, which looked at a variety of different things, a variety of different metrics, I should say, that look at where in the world women are thriving, where women are surviving, and some of the risk areas that women can face if policies in particular fail to account for many different things that could potentially put them in danger.
Okay, so I looked at your paper. It's fascinating. How can people find it if they want to find it to read it for themselves?
So thank you. So it's actually housed on our website. If you go to independentwomen.com, it's under the Safety and Security tab. It's called Women in the West Report. You can actually just Google Women in the West, IW, and it will immediately come up. And it is a beautiful report, like I said earlier, that really does focus on how policies in the Western world, so not just America, but Europe, how those policies have to be done in order to ensure that women and girls are protected.
I saw in your report that the nations consistently ranked at the top of the index are Denmark, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, and Luxembourg. And I was a little disappointed. Where's the United States on that ranking?
So we fall at about 37, but I'm going to interject some caution there. So the metric that we use is called the Women, Peace, and Security Index, WPS. It is a amalgamation of a number of different measures to assess how women are doing in individual countries. And so the countries that you just mentioned, those are the top 5 based on that data. But in the report, we also talk about how that data oftentimes obscures a little bit of the lived reality of women on the ground. So, for example, you mentioned Sweden there. There has been numerous reports over the last year discussing how women in Sweden are both stepping back from public life because threats against them, how women in Sweden do not feel safe walking the streets, particularly in big cities because of the rise in crime, and in general, how immigration policies have failed to account for assimilation in Sweden. And so even though Sweden is ranked very high on that WPS index, there are some lived realities that women are experiencing that are obscured by those type of data. So yes, 37, we rank a bit lower. The U.S. ranks 37th, and we are a massive country. I think it's easy for us to forget. I mean, Luxembourg is like the teeny tiny. All of these countries are the size or smaller than most of our states, both in terms of GDP and population. So it's not quite an apples to apples comparison.
Right. Yeah, and you're right about that too. I've been to Luxembourg. It's like the size of a city here in America. I was actually fascinated too by we're always talking about the border, and the Trump administration has done a very good job, an excellent job of closing the border. You know, I think back to the Biden administration when people were just streaming over that border. And your report specifically states how open borders can be especially dangerous for women. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, let's be honest. The border was open. There's a whole host of things that happened very negatively for the United States of America. It's also happening in European countries, which we highlight those countries that have these very open border type policies. And I will just say, quick side note, a crime report came out a couple of days ago that demonstrates that homicides have dropped their lowest level in years and years and years, and it's the largest drop in 30 years here in the U.S. I would argue some of that is because of specifically that crackdown on immigration, on the deportation of violent offenders that weren't citizens. And so I would say that what we talk about in the report in particular is that open border policies are, in fact, not only are they not compassionate, they actually place women and girls the most at risk. And not even just the women and girls in the country that is taking in those that are crossing borders, but those that are attempting to cross the border themselves. And so when we talk about immigration, you talk about push factors and pull factors. Push factors are the things that you might imagine may push someone away from their country, like rising gang violence or terrible economic conditions. But pull factors are those that pull you to a country. Some of that can be very positive, like our values, like we are the greatest country on earth, we're the shining light on a hill still. But some of those other pull factors can be quite negative, like the idea that you can just openly cross a border, kind of forget territorial integrity, forget sovereignty, and then just be accepted and given benefits that taxpayers are in fact paying for. And so this report talks about how policies like that, those pull factors, actually do place citizens at risk, women and girls here in the U.S., who are placed at risk by those who would exploit those policies, like those cartel members or those criminals that are willing to cross the border to use our openness against us, but also those women and girls that decide to make the trek themselves. That is also extraordinarily dangerous for them to be preyed upon by coyotes and other types of nefarious actors.
Right, and when you hear about women being preyed upon, you obviously think of the horrificness of things like sex trafficking. But I've also been reading lately that some women are getting pulled into basically being in this huge surrogacy market. That these women don't realize what they're getting into, and there's these huge markets for women to be surrogates. Sometimes in underdeveloped countries, and then they're basically almost just in servitude to just have babies, and heaven knows what's happening with the babies. So I have you looked into any of that?
So I've heard whispers of that. I haven't done a lot of research on that, so that's something I certainly need to look into. But I would just say that anytime you have these policies like we're talking about, the most vulnerable women and girls always become at risk, because it is oftentimes that war is waged upon their bodies, whether it's like what you're talking about from a surrogacy perspective, or we're talking about even women being recruited into things like being transporters for illicit drugs or weapons or people. And that's actually a huge under-discussed point here in the U.S., that during the surge of migration across the southern border, that women were being recruited via social media to be transporters for the people that were coming across. And that's illegal, by the way. You can't legally transport people across the border, even once they cross the border, into other states. And so women were being recruited on social media in order to participate in those activities. So that's really, going back to the report, we spend a lot of time talking about how policy is thought about and how it's developed, and how sometimes these things that on their face can seem extraordinarily compassionate or positive can in fact actually be very dangerous for the populations they're meant to serve.
You know, you might not know this, but I'm not a radio host. I'm filling in. My actual job is I'm an attorney. I have a law practice, and a lot of my practice is divorce and family law. So I deal with another thing that you address in this report, which is family breakdown. And when I have these divorces, and I have these women in their 50s, and they left the job market to raise a family, and I really counsel them, because sometimes women at that age say, well, I need to keep the family home. Well, in some of these family breakdowns, if the woman keeps the family home, but the husband keeps the 401k, in 10 years, that family home is not going to be worth any more probably, but that 401k will probably be doubled. So I really try to talk to women a lot about their futures and making sure that they are financially secure, making good financial decisions. And sometimes I feel like women don't always get that kind of education or get that type of guidance.
I think that's true as well. I think oftentimes, and this is why my center in particular at Independent Women is so important. Also, by the way, we have our own Independent Women Law Center, which is fantastic, IWLC, which does amazing work. But it's because all issues are women issues. And there's an opportunity here to talk to women about all of these things that used to feel very distant or like it didn't impact their lives. And the reality is that all of these things, whether it's crime or open borders or immigration policy or wars that are happening in Europe or the Middle East, all of those invariably touch our lives in 1,000 different ways. And so the idea that there's only kitchen table issues isn't true anymore. It's not reality. The reality is that all of these issues impact our lives, and there should be a place where women can go, have these conversations, feel like they're being equipped with facts, that they're not being spun, and then they can go back and decide for themselves what are the most effective policies for themselves and their families.
And then hopefully with that new knowledge, they can vote, and they can be critical thinkers when they go to vote, because sometimes I feel like some of these politicians, they try to convince people, women especially, that the government can take care of you. Well, I don't think that's a good plan.
I think it's a terrible plan. And as we've seen, anytime government tries to impose themselves on individual lives, it becomes absolutely overly bureaucratic and, quite frankly, a mess. What we want is government to get out of our way. Women can make decisions for themselves. They can live their lives. And we don't want our government to be our partners. We don't want the government to be our husbands. We don't want the government to be our dads. We want the government to help, yes, serve and protect us, right? Ultimately, the primary responsibility of government is to protect its people. That is ultimately what it's supposed to do. All of these other things that we've come to believe are functions of government have just been built over time. And so I think for women in particular, we need to be very open about having these conversations with them, because I think they are messaged too often that, like, this program is for you, this entitlement is for you. And I think it's infantilizing. And I also think it underestimates women who feel very strongly about agency in their own lives.
Right. And that's another thing that you talk about in your report is these gender problems with men being allowed in women's bathrooms, like a place where women need to have their own space. And it looks like your group does a lot on that also.
We do. I mean, we have been the critical voices around getting men out of women's sports, getting men out of women's sororities, getting men out of women's spaces. We have fought for a very long time for women to be recognized as equal, and it's not fair. I think some of this comes down to a simple matter of fairness. It is not fair to take all of these things away from women. And the idea that we can erase biological reality in service of a false truth is an extraordinarily dangerous place to be. And so Independent Women has been an absolute champion of women and girls. This isn't to say we're marginalizing other people, but we are elevating women and girls in particular because we have fought so hard for those things to be rightfully recognized as ours. And so we're not going to give it up. We're going to keep fighting, in particular as those that feel that women's spaces should be invaded by men. We believe that is fundamentally unfair and fundamentally untrue, and we're going to keep pushing where we can.
Well, Megan Mobbs, tell us again where our listeners can find you.
So you can find me on X at Mobbs Mentality, so MOBBS_mentality, like a mob mentality.
That is a great Twitter handle.
Yeah.
I mean,
thank you.
Really, like, very clever that people are going to remember that. Mobs_mentality. Good job. Okay,
yeah,
so where
mentality. Else? And then Independent Women, please, for all those listeners, this is not just about being a woman. This is also about men coming in to see all the work that we're doing, because, again, all issues are everyone's issues, women and men. We're at independentwomen.com. We have centers that focus on everything from energy conservation to the law to what I do at safety and security to culture issues. It's all there for everyone to see, independentwomen.com.
So are you working on anything as we go into the new year? Because the clock's ticking. We're almost to 2026. I can't believe it.
I can't either, and I absolutely am. Thank you for asking. So it's a 250th anniversary of America, the greatest country in history, the greatest country on earth. And so we're going to be celebrating that. So we're going to be doing that in a really big way at Independent Women and talking about how women have contributed to the amazingness of this country. But also, I'm going to be in particular focusing on how being very pro-defense, so pro-alliance, whether it's NATO or pro-defense investment, is actually, in fact, very pro-family and pro-woman. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time next year making sure women understand that investing in our safety and security at all different levels is, in fact, an investment in our future.
You know, I say that all the time. I say, I want a president, I want a government that is going to keep me safe, a strong military, keep me safe. I want our government to appoint good people to positions too, and maybe throw a good Easter egg roll. And that's basically it. I don't really want them involved in a lot of other parts of our lives. And it sounds like your group kind of is aligned with how I look at the world.
That's exactly right. It sounds like you'd be one of our people. So hopefully you'll go over to independentwomen.com as well.
I don't know. I mean, between my law practice and now they're asking me to guest host on the radio, I'm not sure, but I do like to write. Do you accept people like who write op-eds, or is it just your people who
So we actually have an amazing, that's a great question. Again, we have an amazing fellows program. The window opens twice a year. We actually just closed out our most recent fellowship round. So there's going to be a cool announcement coming soon announcing those women. And then we'll have another call for fellows halfway through the year. And when you join our fellowship program, you have the opportunity to write, to go on TV, to go on the radio, to engage with other audiences. And so it's a really, really cool program that I would encourage everyone to look into.
Okay, and that is so important because we need more voices. I always say I'm a big First Amendment person, and I always say the answer to maybe misinformation or bad information is get more information out there. And with groups like yours, voices like yours, and then you have this fellowship program where you're bringing in more voices, that's the answer. That's what the First Amendment means.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, we don't want to shout down bad ideas. We want to present better ideas and empower Americans to make the best decisions for themselves, especially American women.
Well, it sounds like you're going to have a great 2026. Everyone can follow you on mobs_mentality. I will never forget that Twitter handle. That was awesome. And I wish you a very, very happy New Year. Thank you for coming on.
You as well. Thanks for having me. Happy New Year, and may 2026 bring you abundant blessings.
Oh, thank you so much. And this is Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT, live and local, because that's what we do here in Philly. And Sean, are we ready for a break? Okay, and we will be right back after these messages.
Hey, I hate to break it to you, but winter is here. Dawn Stensland here. If you've been procrastinating and getting your old furnace replaced, stop putting it off. We yell at our kids when they procrastinate and getting all their homework done, right? Well, we need to practice what we preach, and you don't want to be left out in the cold. You got to call my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. Replace that old unit with a Trane furnace or heat pump. It's hard to stop a Trane, Trane. MarvinECans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And we are back. This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland. Dawn is getting ready to co-host the Mummers Parade, a very exciting time here in Philadelphia. She's co-hosting with her beloved husband, Larry Menti. And if you are able, definitely go to the parade. It's a great way to start the year. Obviously, we have Sean going with his daughter. He's very excited about that. And I bet Dawn will give him, kind of like a VIP type treatment.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to Dawn. Oh, well, we can't really tell too much. But yeah, I was trying to get a little closer with her and bring my daughter a little bit so she could see everything close. So fingers crossed that I get to sit in the nice little section that they normally have the families at.
So yeah, you should have that. So this is Linda Kearns. You can find me at Linda Kearns Law on Twitter. We are on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio. You can see us live on YouTube. And if you'd like to call in, our number is 855-839-1210. And I would like to welcome our next guest, Senator Joe Picozzi from the great Northeast and a Republican state senator from Philadelphia. Who would have thought? Senator Picozzi,
thank you.
Are you there?
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for having me on. Can you wait? Is this working?
Yep,
can you hear
I can
me?
hear you. I can hear you. Yes. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm good. You know, Senator Picozzi, I'm going to take a little bit of credit for your election because I did represent the RNC and the Trump the Trump campaign in 2024, and I think you benefited from the downstream from all of our hard work about keeping that election safe. So can I take a little credit for your win?
Well, Linda, you're a big help. It was a very close election. I believe you're involved. It took us 5 days before we had a final result. Went down to the provisional ballot count. I won by 835 votes. So it was a lot of hard work to get that done, and definitely appreciate your help and your efforts.
Yeah, and that just goes to show every vote counts and why election integrity is so important, especially in these close local type races. Senator Picozzi, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not sure if I've ever heard you get asked this on the radio before. So I see in your bio you were an Eagle Scout. Can you tell me where your Eagle Scout project was?
Oh, I would love to. So I did a project at the Delaware Valley Veterans Home, right down the street from where I grew up in Somerton. And the Veterans Home, a lot of retired vets. We built a raised flower bed for their disabled unit. So it was something that the veterans could kind of wheel over to and garden. And then I also did a bunch of interviews with different veterans. And that was really formative for me. Talking to guys who were in Omaha Beach, World War II guys, Korea guys. It was just amazing. We recorded those as well.
Wow. So with the Eagle Scout, now, so you started as a Boy Scout, and then tell the listeners exactly what it is to become an Eagle Scout.
Sure, yeah. I started all the way at Tiger Cub. So I started when I was 6. And candidly, they had a day at my school at St. Chris where the kids could wear their uniforms to school, and I thought they were so cool. So I'm like, I gotta go try this out. And, when you're a little kid, you're just doing you're tying knots and stuff like that. But, those guys I met there, they're still some of my best friends. I'm going to one of their weddings in a couple of months. And then basically stuck with it all through middle school and high school. Became senior patrol leader of my Boy Scout troop, which was a really formative leadership experience for me, candidly. And, we go on one camping trip a month. We have one meeting a week. And we always joke, gosh, it's just one night a week. But it's not that. I mean, there's so much that goes into it. But you form these really tight bonds. And for me as a city kid, just getting that exposure to nature, going out in the woods, being able to just know, how to start a fire, how to, do basic first aid, how to get a taste of so many different things, like the merit badge program. A lot of that's for kids to basically sample different careers, right? And I have guys I was in Scouts with who, they found their career path from Boy Scouts, from trying some different thing when they were, a teenager, and that led them to having very successful careers.
Well, it sounds like you're a huge success story from that Scout troop, along with your other Scout members. Are you still involved at all with the Scouts?
In my position, I go to Eagle Scout ceremonies, which is one of the most rewarding things I get to do, especially there's a moment in the Eagle Scout ceremony where all the Eagle Scouts in the room get to stand up and do the Eagle Scout oath again. So I kind of renew my vows, if you will, as an Eagle Scout. I like to do, for Boy Scout troops in my district, and if there's any Scoutmasters listening, very down to do, citizenship in the nation or citizenship in the community merit badges. With these kids. I haven't done that yet, but those are really great merit badges, and I feel fairly qualified to teach citizenship in the community at least.
So, Senator Joe Picozzi, where can the listeners find you, follow, figure out what you're doing?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm on every social media platform. Some variation of my name, Joe Picozzi or Joseph Picozzi, Piccozzi.
And the Mummers Parade is coming up. Are you going to be going to the Mummers Parade this year?
This year I won't be, but I was there last year. It's a great tradition. I've got a lot of friends who are marching in it, so I'm really excited for them and definitely wish them a lot of luck.
Yeah, I know. It's a great Philly tradition. What's coming up for you in 2026? What's on your agenda as a state senator?
Well, we're heading back into Harrisburg early in the year. Swearing in the president pro temp. I guess you get sworn in every year. I'm part of our escort committee. I chair the Housing and Urban Affairs Committee, so we're going to be doing a lot of exciting work with that. I'm not ready to announce exactly what we're doing, but I definitely think we're going to be doing a lot more in the new year. And then, my agenda has always been public safety. I mean, that's a big focus of mine. I've been able to move some of our bills, but I'm hoping to move a lot more, at least out of the Senate and hopefully across the finish line in the new year.
So with public safety, yesterday when I was having Christmas with my family, some of my family members who live in Philadelphia were talking to me about Larry Krasner. And I mean, Senator Picozzi, at this point, Philadelphians keep electing him. And I what's the answer there?
Well, I'm looking at a few different options. I mean, candidly, I don't want to get, in terms of a legislative approach, I don't want to get too specific on the radio right now. But I mean, I look at Northeast Philadelphia, where I'm from, and we have voted 70+% time after time, primary, general, for a different approach to public safety, right? Our view is pretty simple. We think there should be consequences when people commit a crime. We're not saying we need to lock people up forever, but there has to be some kind of consequence. We think that this approach that Larry Krasner's taken has been an absolute failure. It's been a failure. I was a huge supporter of Pat Dugan. We worked very hard on his campaign, and to our credit, the Northeast really showed up for Pat. So I think at a certain point, there has to be, a change in approach. There's a few different things we can do on the legislative side, but I don't want to dive too deep into it right now until we're ready to.
Okay, I respect that. Now, with your position with urban affairs and housing, do you ever work with our mutual friend Joe DeFelice, who is at the Trump administration in HUD?
Joe's a great guy. I mean, Joe's a great friend. He's a great mentor for me. He's one of my closest advisors, actually, when I was running for this position. And we do a lot of work together. I believe we're going to be touring some facilities in my district, actually, in the next few weeks.
Okay. Oh, good. So Joe and I mean, we've worked together on elections for as long as I've been doing elections. I don't know if he mentioned to you that I'm the brains behind the whole operation. He's just the pretty face we put out in front. Did he ever mention that to you?
Oh, he made that very clear to me.
Do you have anything to do with all of the state boards, the state nursing board, the physicians board, the crane and operators board, all those types of boards that we have in Pennsylvania that regulate the stakeholders?
I mean, a little bit when there's a vacancy. I don't know if it's for every board, but a lot of boards, Senate leadership gets to appoint, some members of them. So especially if it's something that has to do particularly with Philly, they'll kind of say, hey, Joe, what do you think of this person or something like that. I wouldn't say I have that much direct, influence over them. But when there's a vacancy, a lot of those come through the Senate.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you're on top of that as far as the vacancies, because I just finished 2 terms on the Pennsylvania State Nursing Board, and I was what's considered a public member, meaning there's 3 slots for non-nurses to sit on that board, and the board addresses regulations, disciplining nurses, schools, and so forth. And I found my role to be incredibly important because I brought a perspective that the nurses didn't have because I'm not a nurse. So I would encourage you, if you hear about any of those vacancies, to really fight to get those people nominated, and then hopefully, I think the governor would nominate you. Guys confirm, right?
It depends on the board.
Okay.
Some boards there is like a Senate appointee, like they're set up so that there's somebody appointed by, or sometimes it's 3 people appointed by the Senate, 2 by the majority, 1 by the minority. It depends on the board itself.
Well, as a member of one of those boards, I was always kind of surprised at how long the vacancies sat. So I do think that that's a really integral part of how our Commonwealth is run, and to have all of those vacancies filled, and to know that they're maybe coming to you, and maybe you can suggest some Philadelphians. That's a great thing. That's a great thing to know, and I encourage you to stay on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, it's going to say, a big part of my job, too, is making sure, Philly's perspective is represented, and representing the perspective of a lot of Philadelphians who haven't had their voices heard in a long time. And we talked about a little bit earlier about Krasner, and there's a lot of people in Philadelphia who want a different approach to government, and they're basically getting kind of the same, different versions of the same thing. So making sure I make that case in Harrisburg, whether it's through appointees, through legislation, through just using my voice in the caucus and on the floor, that's a big focus of my leadership in the Senate.
This, as a state senator, this is your first time in elected office, correct?
That is correct.
Is there anything that just really surprised you just didn't see coming?
Well, I mean, of course, right? I mean, we had a plane crash in my district 3 weeks in. I mean, part of public service is being able to respond to things, being able to listen, being able to adapt, recognizing, there's going to be crises, and just being able to handle them the best you can, and being able to keep moving forward. I had no idea what this first year was going to be like. It was certainly different than what I imagined, but I learned a lot. I mean, I feel like I grew up 10 years in 1 year, and it's just a privilege to be able to do what I get to do.
Well, how can we get the message out to young people? Because I see so many young people that seem to be drawn in by this socialist message, this government can take care of you message, this message that government's the solution. So how can we teach the young people that that's not the way?
Well, we have to actually show them how policy can connect to their real lives, right? I mean, we talk about housing. That's one of the biggest challenges for young people. Myself, I'm 30 years old. I don't own a home yet. I'd certainly like to. Most young people are starting to look at that American dream of housing and say, it's never going to happen for me. I mean, it is becoming so tough to just get the basics. I mean, the basics that my parents, my grandparents fully expected. Kids are doing everything right, and they're being set up in a really bad economic predicament. It's not just Gen Z, millennials as well. I mean, millennials have been in such a tough spot. I mean, people who, graduated, entered the workforce during the 2008 recession, they've never really been able to get on that same path. And so, I think a lot of the reason their messages resonate is because they are, to their credit, speaking to that economic anxiety. And I think the reality is that people need to, recognize that the way you actually create prosperity is through using the market. And not that the state can't have a role in that, right? And there's ways that the state can, enable the market to thrive, can set the rules and the guardrails so that the market thrives. But, the right needs to actually present a coherent praxis that says, okay, this is our vision. This is how we're going to build a middle class. This is how we're going to empower the trades, right? This is how we're going to build the economy of the future, and present an alternative that actually speaks to those concerns. And you look at the working class especially, I mean, they're not really bought into the socialism message. Like people in my district, they want, safe workplaces, right? They want to feel that their voices are heard. People don't want handouts. Ultimately, people don't want handouts. People want to make it themselves. They just want the rules of the system to be set up so that they can make it. If they work hard and do the right things, they will make it. Does that make sense?
No, and that's the message that has to get out there. I worry when these younger kids just seem to that message of socialism seems to resonate with it. I can't believe that's where we are as a society.
Well, the good news is I don't think they're really sold on it, right? I mean, I think that, some of these candidates are able to, at least speak to young people, and young people say, well, yeah, let's give them a shot. They're saying some right things, but I don't think they're like, yes, I'm in, right? Like they've adopted some sort of like genuine like Marxist viewpoint. Right? Those are just the only people that went to them and said, hey, like, I think you should be able to own a home. I think if you work hard, you should be able to make it. I want to see the American dream, actually really, be something that you experience in life. But I don't think they're sold on that approach to getting there. Right? It's just those are the only people who've been speaking to them about it.
Right.
So,
well, it sounds like you're out there speaking.
Yeah, well, I need to do more of it.
Well, you're always welcome back on 1210 WPHT. We're thrilled to have a Republican senator from Philadelphia. I'm going to close with asking you, what do you think? Do you think our birds are going to go all the way? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, look, I don't want to jinx them, but I do have a good feeling. We talked about the twists and turns of this position. I mean, I got elected and we won the Super Bowl just a few weeks in. So I'm excited to see us get back in there. I'll put it this way. There's no reason we can't. There's absolutely no reason we can't. If we stay healthy, if we can, the offense can keep moving and making plays, yeah, we can absolutely do it.
There you go,
but it's a
Senator
tough league. There's a lot of good teams.
And that's true. That sounds like your theme to everything. There's no reason we can't. I get that's
Sure.
your attitude towards everything. And we are really privileged to have you in the Senate. I'm so glad that you won your election, and I see great things in your future and great things for Pennsylvania. Thank you for coming on, and I want you to have a very happy New Year.
Same to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. And that was Senator Joe Picozzi. He was great to talk to. I hope we're going to have him on a lot more because Philadelphians need to understand that we do have someone in the state Senate. And this is Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT, and we will be right back.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our sea service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
And if you hear Elvis, it means that Linda Kearns is sitting in, guest hosting here for the Dawn Stensland Show on 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, streaming on YouTube. I think I have to teach these producers to find the peppy Elvis songs. I mean, some of these songs that they pick, they kind of put you to sleep. There's so many really good peppy Elvis songs. What's going on over there, Sean? Are you just trying to just lull everybody into a nap?
No, I ain't trying to make anybody fall asleep because honestly, I'm probably feeling like I should be going to sleep. See, I be trying to think of new ways of different songs that I haven't heard from Elvis. So I was just thinking to myself like, hey, I never heard this. Let me see how it sounds. But then when you actually playing it, it's like, oh, man, it's like a lullaby. Like I'm about to go to bed.
Well, Sean, you've been here since, what, the middle of the night you got here? I mean,
I've been here since 3. Well, I've been up since 3 a.m. and I've been here since 5 a.m.
I don't know how you guys do it, that morning shift. And then
it's grueling. It's fun. Normally I'm doing something unexpected where we normally be done by 10 o'clock. Like I will be home by now, but since we're in the holiday season, we don't have that many producers, so I actually have to do another show. But it's okay. I'm having fun though.
Well, you're doing a great job producing me, and I need the help because I'm new at this, as the audience knows.
No, it's cool. We're gonna work together as a team.
Well, thank you so much, Sean. So I was reading this article in the New York Times. I think it just came out yesterday about phones again, because I feel like all the kids are on their phones just all of the time. And I know that I am also guilty of that. I feel like sometimes you pick up your phone, you're constantly looking at it. Anyway, there was an opinion article in the New York Times. This woman wrote how she must have an iPhone, and she was able to flip a switch and make it all in black and white. And once she did that, she stopped looking at it so much. And so that was like kind of like her own way to moderate her phone use. I don't have an iPhone, I have an Android, but it was a really interesting article because she mentioned how you're kind of like drawn to the colors. So when she made her phone go all black and white, she doesn't look at it as much. Did you even know phones could do that?
Yeah, so like I have an iPhone myself, and I think I know what type of function she's actually using. If it's changing the theme of everything, it probably like makes your eyes a lot, too tense on being on your phone for long periods of time. Also, they have this new thing called like liquid glass, like these new type of apps that they had added where it gives you that type of functionality where it's not supposed to be too locked in on your phone. It's really supposed to just change the colors up a little bit, not make yourself too locked in on being on multiple apps. Because they said like in certain things that people been realizing. When you see a lot of colors, you just get too attracted to it.
Yeah.
So they made them solid colors so that you don't really get too attracted to it. Like I made my phone, like I gotta show you, my phone, all my themes and everything is purple. So when I actually like look into it, some of the apps that I don't even like to be on, and then when it highlights purple, I'm less tuned to click on them. But so it might work here and there.
Yeah, that's a good idea for the new year, because I do feel like these phones is just getting out of control, and that's all people do.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're sitting around with your family and you look around and everyone's talking on their phone or punching into their phone and not talking to each other.
Exactly. Another thing they got to actually update, they got to find a way how to create a better way where notifications doesn't make you too tempted to check it right away.
Right.
Like that ding noise, that notification sound, it gets you so drawn into like, let me see what's going on right now. Like they got to make a better way of knowing how to like know where certain notifications is important to actually have, and certain notifications where you don't have to check right away.
Yeah. Well, I'll see if my Android has that function to maybe just dim it down for a while.
Yeah, like Apple, we do have that function. It's called like personal mode or do not disturb, but like some of the functionality doesn't work all the way. Like if you want to see an important text message from someone probably telling you like you might have to go to work at this time, but if you actually had your phone on do not disturb, you would never see it.
Yeah, I guess Greg Stocker's not going to want me telling you to put your phone on silent if he needs to get in touch with you, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, definitely.
So I guess the listeners saw that somebody won the Powerball. I think they won it yesterday, and I think that the prize was $1.8 billion. That's just, I can't even imagine. It's interesting though. I mean, that obviously that would be life changing, but I often wonder, does that really improve your life? I mean, I know right here, sitting here, you're thinking, yes, if I won $1.8 billion, my life would get so much better, right? Do you think that, Sean?
No, I actually don't think like that. Especially with me, I'm not really like into betting as much. I don't actually bet at all.
Okay.
So like, basically, when it come down to me seeing the lottery and everything, and I used to see my parents go crazy about it, and I heard stories in the past, and I did research in the past where people actually won the lottery, but then they end up being broken like years later on in their lives. So it's like, is it really changing your life, or is it just making your life a little interesting for the time being?
Yeah, so I was looking up some of those stories. So there was a guy named Abraham Shakespeare. He won the Florida lottery in 2009. He won $30 million. But he was quickly thereafter shot in the chest twice. And that happened in April of 2009. He wasn't reported missing until November 2009, and they found his body in January 2010. So it sounds like somebody probably, was not happy he won the lottery and he lost his life.
Damn, that's insane.
So not every lottery winner is a success story. There's another one, a guy named David Lee Edwards. He was unemployed and won part of a $280 million lottery in 2001. He was an ex-convict, and it was the third largest lottery in U.S. history at the time. He was convicted of robbery in 1981 and served out his sentence. And several years after winning the lottery, he was evicted from his home because he failed to pay back dues to the homeowners association. So it sounds like he just lost all of his money. He just didn't know how to manage it, and he died eventually, but he spent his last few years living in a storage unit. So someone who had millions and millions and millions of dollars just didn't know how to manage it, and then just ended up.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes the lottery they need to actually make people do mandated financial classes once they win. Like you probably have to go to like a certain amount of classes before you can actually get the money, because I mean, when you get $1 million at that given moment, you don't know what to do at that moment. You just have a bunch of ideas of what you want to spend, but not really thinking about how can I make this long term.
And I think that's true of any type of situation when you get money unexpectedly or more money than you're used to. Like you hear that with some of the sports stars or the music stars. They have a lot of money and a lot of fame, and life is going great, and then it all disappears.
Yeah.
And I think about that a lot because some of these sports stars, especially some of the sports that are so hard on your body, like football, even basketball is hard on your body. Baseball can be hard on your body because of the positions, and so once you're finished with that sport, you have to make that money last, and it doesn't always last
Yeah.
as long as you think it would.
Yeah, it's been many football players and basketball players that I've been hearing stories about that they actually had made millions of dollars, and they literally said that they don't have no generational wealth.
Yeah, they have nothing left. They have nothing left because it just doesn't last as long as you think it will. It really doesn't. There was an article on New Year's Eve in the Wall Street Journal about a guy who he had a family business, a factory. His name was Graham Walker, and he was able to eventually sell the business. It had gone through lots of hard times, but he sold the business sometime in 2025 for 1.7 billion. And his family was the owner of the business. The employees were not owners, but he realized that he owed it to those employees. That the reason that this business did so well was because of the employees, and he distributed bonuses to his 540 full-time employees once he sold that business. And the average bonus for those people was $443,000. And that's not lottery money, but that can be life-changing. And in the article, it talked about how a lot of the people paid off their homes or set up a college fund or were able to fund their retirement. And to me, that story is even better than winning the lottery because it's like those people earned it. They worked at that company a really, really long time.
And that's what I was thinking too, because like when someone that works really hard, they know how much it comes out of it, where you feel a little bit more worthy enough of accepting all of that money compared to winning the lottery. It's like you putting your name in a raffle and you wind up picking, and you wasn't assuming that you was going to win, but then you wind up winning. So it's just like random thoughts just come in your mind compared to you actually working really hard, and then you seeing it getting replenished back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to win the lottery because, like you, I don't play. I wouldn't even know how to do it. I guess you go to a convenience store. I don't even know. But it's funny to think about because I always say if I did win the lottery, I would start basically a PAC, like a political action committee, and work on election integrity because those I know I always go back to my first love, poll watchers, ballots, elections, but those types of endeavors need so much funding, so much organization, so much money. And, if I won the lottery and I had that type of money to be recruiting poll watchers all of the time, to be working on election integrity all of the time, not just around elections. But that's why places like the Public Interest Legal Foundation that Hans von Spakowski and I talked about earlier today, that's why they're so important. The Public Interest Legal Foundation, it's a 501c3, which means that it's run by donations, and we work on election integrity all year long. And that's, I think, what a lot of people don't realize, that election integrity is not something that you can just swoop in and do around an election day or just around an important election. You need to just work on it every single day. And I love talking to Senator Joe Picozzi about what he's doing. He is one of our success stories here in Pennsylvania. And if you missed my interview that I had with him, that started at the top of the hour, you can always download it later on the Odyssey app. And talking to him, it reminded me of a story. I had a young girl who worked in my office, and she just told me that she worked in my office, briefly, helping with some filing, and she just went to get another job, just a regular retail job. And she had put my office on the application, and the woman at this she was getting hired for a retail job, which had obviously nothing to do with the law. But the woman asked this girl, well, what kind of law did they practice at this law firm? And she said, well, she does a lot of family law, divorce law, civil litigation, but she also does election law. And this woman at this retail place actually said to this young girl, well, what do you mean election law? What kind of election law did she do? And she said, well, she represents candidates. So she represented Trump in 2024. And this woman who was hiring this girl actually said, well, does that mean she voted for Trump? What do you think about? Did you vote for Trump? And when I hear stories like that, I just think that that's so inappropriate. You shouldn't have to defend who you want to vote for, what your political leanings are. And, this young girl who was just trying to get just a regular old retail job, that had nothing to do with it. I was really proud of the way she handled it, because she said to the woman, I'm not going to discuss that. That's not something that I'm going to discuss about who I vote for or who the people I know vote for. So luckily, for her, maybe because she stood up to her, she did get hired for that job. But I really wish people would just, stay in their lane and realize that people can vote for whomever they want. And that's, I think, why that's one of the things that draws me so much to election integrity work and elections and balloting and all that type of thing, because I want to make sure our elections are free and fair. I want to make sure that we have choices, that we there is not undue influence, and that if you show up at the ballot box or if you send in your mail-in ballot, you get the choice to vote for who you want to see in that office without the influence and some of the real horrible stuff that's been happening in these elections. So this is Linda Kearns on 1210 WPHT. I am sitting in for Dawn Stensland. You can find me at Linda Kearns Law on Twitter. And if you want to call in, you can call us at 855-839-1210. But we're going to take a break now and be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey, Philly, real talk for a second, okay? Because between work and the kids, look, the house is like running on Wi-Fi, and when it's slow, there's chaos. That's why we switched to Verizon Fios, and honestly, I should have done it sooner. Right now, for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You bring your phone, you get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees, and then add Fios 300 megabits per second for just $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. And this is real, Philly. For a 100% fiber optic network, it is fast, it's reliable, it actually keeps up when everyone in the house is online at the same time. Visit your Greater Philadelphia Verizon store today and ask about this limited time Fios and mobile offer. Once you switch, you're going to wonder why you waited. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies for unlimited welcome. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and time times of congestion, domestic data roaming, and 2G speeds.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends Marvin E. Can's Heating and Air Conditioning and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Can's installed in our lower level office. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, oh, what a game changer. Larry and I spend so much time in our lower level office, and this Mitsubishi Electric ductless unit is keeping us so nice and toasty in this winter weather. Visit my guys, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
And we are back. This is Linda Kearns sitting in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT. I don't know what Sean just played. Was that an Elvis song I don't know about, Sean? What happened to my Elvis music?
That was like one of those songs that was like, I got to hurry up and get us back into the show. So I was trying to listen, you want me to play some Elvis right now? Let me switch it up. I got you.
Because you're going to be punished.
I'm going to play a little bit of Elvis just for you because you did great today, Linda, so I got to give you your props.
I don't hear it. Where's
Hold on. I got to log in. See, every time on these computers, you got to always put your password in. So,
Gotcha.
If I got to talk for like 3 seconds, I got you. Now, we're going to have Can't Help But Falling in Love. I mean, I think that's a pretty good song, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that because you have a crush on me?
Got
Is
like
that why you're
5
playing
seconds.
it?
You know how these commercials be going, and then voila, here we go.
Are you playing this because you have a crush on me, Sean? What do you think? Oh, this is a good one.
Yeah, I had to get it to you. I gotta switch it up for you.
This is a great. I mean, is there anybody like Elvis? I listen to him when I'm working. He was the king. And Sean asked me earlier during the break, well, wasn't Michael Jackson the king? No. Michael Jackson was the king of pop. Elvis was the king of rock and roll. And I'm wondering if all you people out there listening to the radio now are getting ready for what it looks like we're going to have some snow. And I always think it's so funny when there's snow in the Philadelphia area, because why do people run to the store and clear all the stores out of all the bread and all the milk? That's something that I'm wondering if that happens in other areas of the country. I feel like here in Philadelphia, for whatever reason, they mention snow, and all of a sudden, everyone runs to the store. You can't get a loaf of bread. You can't get any milk. And I'm wondering, like, what are people doing with all this bread and milk in these snowstorms? And usually the roads are cleared relatively quickly. And so even if you had been out of bread or milk, you could probably get to the store the next day. So I think that's kind of like a local Philly thing that we do. We panic when there's snow in the forecast, and we run to Wawa or the supermarket and just, panic. And I don't understand why we do that. But I guess that's just Philadelphia for you. So This is Linda Kern sitting in for Dawn Stensland on 1210 WPHT. You can find me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, at Linda Kern's Law. Dawn's getting ready for the Mummers Parade, and I'm wondering how many people, make it a habit every year to go to the Mummers Parade. Certainly everyone ends up at the Eagles Parades. So I wish we got as many people at the Mummers Parades as we get at those Eagles Parades, because, Philadelphia really has some. I think we're unique. I think there's no place like us. I think that's why I love 1210 WPHT, live and local all day, that we talk about Philadelphia issues. That's why I especially love Dom Giordano. He is the dean of talk radio. He's had me on his show so many times, and I credit him with helping us so much in the 2024 election, because I was really tasked by President Trump and by the Republican National Committee to get the word out in that election, to really convince voters that we were keeping that election safe. And to do it, I was on 1210 WPHT an awful lot talking about it, and Dom always welcomed me, as did the other hosts on the station. And it really helped, I think, convince the listeners that we were working hard, that the election was safe, and we definitely, the results are, the results speak for themselves. And obviously we got Senator Joe Picozzi out of it, which I hope everybody follows him. You heard him talk how he's on all the social medias. You can just search for his name. It sounds like he's doing great things in the state Senate, and just great. He's keeping Philadelphia in mind, and that's what you need in your local elected leaders. I always say that even though I tend to represent presidential candidates, who you elect to a local office is going to have much more influence on your day-to-day life than the president or any of these elected leaders. So just remember that, and tell everybody that you talk to about that. Just remind them, especially this year going into the midterm elections. So I think we're going to take a break because we're getting ready for the Dom Giordano show, and I think we're
gonna still come in. Dom's actually gonna come in and talk to you in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, one of these crossovers. I love the crossovers. I love being able to just have him come in. I do that sometimes. When we're here with the Dawn show, we have a crossover with Dom, and then I know Dawn does it with the Kale and Company show in the morning. And I love the crossovers when we have more hosts talking and more hosts being able to kind of just. I love hearing what they have to say. I often listen when I'm at work. I can't listen when I'm like writing something or doing something real serious, but sometimes I have it on the background, and it kind of makes the day go by. And we're just really lucky to have a station like 1210 WPHT to listen to on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio. Watch us on YouTube, although I'm not always thrilled about the YouTube. I know a lot of people do watch us on YouTube, but as a host, it's not so much fun to be on YouTube and to have that camera on you the whole time. I hope everyone realizes that that's a real sacrifice. You can't just come in here and just sit at the radio. You have to kind of, well, at least for the girls, we have to do our makeup, we have to do our hair, we have to try to look nice, and it's kind of not fun.
Look beautiful though.
But maybe I just wanted to kind of come in sweats and just sit at the radio and not have everyone look at me.
Have your hair scarf on and everything. So.
And I don't even know how to it's hard for me too, because I never know where to look. Do I look at the camera? Do I look at the screen? Do I look down at what I'm talking about? So I always found the YouTube really, really challenging. But we now have the dean of talk radio in the studio, the person I learned so much from. Hi, Dom.
Well, Linda, thank you. You don't have to sit over there. You could have sat here, and I would take that side for the crossover, but thank you.
Well, I was opening for you. I was warming
the YouTube ought to be down on days like this.
Don't
really.
You think?
Let's black it out. Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
I mean, it's, I never know where to look. I hope the audience realizes that.
I don't think you have to look anywhere with the YouTube
thing.
Just whatever's comfortable to you. Yeah, I mean.
Did you have a good Christmas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of, one of my favorite gifts, I'll bring it in on Monday and show it on YouTube. My son found it in a thrift store. It's an old guide to the IVB Golf Championship at White Marsh. It's like their ad book with all the people that were in there. Weird stuff like that is a nice memento.
You know what? My mom gave all of us the town where she lives. I don't like to say where my mom lives because of what I do, and I have crazy people after me. But the local library had a sale, and she went in and bought these old books.
Mhm.
And for my brother, she bought some sports books. They were really interesting. And for me, she found this awesome book I had never seen on Elvis, of course, an Elvis archive book. It's like an inch thick. It looks like, and I can't, if Dan was here, he'd be making fun of me if Dan Borowski was here, but it didn't look like a lot of people had checked it out of the library.
Oh, that's my first question. I wish I knew the town because I would like to get that answer. The next time you're on, we would roll that number with a drum roll. Yeah, why wouldn't you check out the Elvis book, though? Yeah.
So maybe if she found the Sinatra book, maybe that would be checked out a lot. Is that what you want to say?
You wouldn't find it. They would have stolen it a long
you think
time
so?
ago. Yeah,
why?
exactly,
Because
yeah.
the Sinatra fans are criminals?
No,
Is that why?
because they want the book. The Elvis fans are too lazy to do anything like that.
So, Dom, do you ever take off? It seems like you're here all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it is really comforting, even in these vacation weeks, to tune in and hear your voice on the radio.
Well, thank you.
I feel
Well,
like
I'm a big
home.
believer in the vacation weeks. People have time to listen. You get new people. And to your point, when I started out at WWDB, now this was tough. It was Christmas Eve at midnight.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. But you cannot imagine the connection, the comfort to people that are, kind of alone and or drifting a bit or just regular listeners. They have to have talk radio.
Well,
Yeah.
I know when I tune in and I hear a guest host, sometimes I'm a little disappointed. I say, "Oh, wow, I wish the regular person was on."
Oh, that's normal. We even know, what happens when that happens. And
But
I mean, imagine trying to and you get this by now too. One of the things I always say, you can't be nuts and do this, but you got to be quirky. There's got to be some little quirks here. I plead guilty. Look at Rich Cioli. Come on now. There's quirks here. Yeah.
exactly, and I guess so. Are you saying the Elvis thing kind of?
Oh, yes. That's a big advantage. Yeah.
But if it wasn't for guest hosts, I never would have discovered Mike Opelka, and I think he is so
Oh,
talented.
yeah.
I love listening to him. It's just he's great.
Yeah, the ability to juggle all that in his own business. I mean, I've filled in a lot on national shows. It is both grueling, but that's his business too. He's
Yeah.
America's pinch hitter host.
Yeah.
To keep all those relationships going and to be good enough to make it sound personalized.
He really does.
That I had to do Minnesota radio, and they say, "Look, we know how you are." One day I was on WOR, and even for me, that's beyond a brawl. New York radio, WOR at that
Right.
point. I had to come out of the box. These people will eat you alive otherwise. And then Minnesota, the genteel stuff. Oh, you raise your voice all in one day. So once you flex that and do that type of stuff, and you're obviously the first show you did, you had on somebody, the guy that you represent.
Oh, right.
You do talk Elvis. It's not just the inner workings of the nerd stuff that you and I like when it comes to election law.
Yeah, I mean, I did have some political stuff on today, but it's also nice to just talk about other stuff because sometimes I
Right.
think people are really fatigued.
Well, it's a blend. That's why the side question always works so well for us. It's the nuclear option.
Is there a side question today?
Oh, there always has to be a
Okay.
side question.
How do you come up with those?
That's the thing. There's a lot of bouncing back and forth. There are people that make suggestions and all that, and they don't get it. To your point, we don't accept Trump. We don't accept the Bible. We're not going to get into it's the softer side of Sears.
Right.
You're looking for something fun with a little bit of and the outside the box with these cars. Like I saw that 1991, Christmas Day, Gorbachev resigned and the Soviet Union collapsed. So the side question today, of course, is downfalls.
Oh.
Yeah, mine will be Cosby and OJ
Oh,
out of the
yeah.
box. Yeah.
Oh,
I would
gosh.
say OJ, well, the stature of Cosby as far as clean cut and all more. But OJ, I would argue OJ at that point was bigger than Bill Cosby at that point.
Yeah.
when it
gosh,
happened.
remember that? Remember living through
Yeah, it couldn't
that?
have been OJ.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I
OJ
know,
Simpson
I
killing his
know.
wife? And then when we saw the backstory of what was going on with this guy.
But
yeah.
the Cosby thing, too, because that was local. And because I'm a lawyer,
Sure.
that really took over the Montgomery County Courthouse. And then just all the people showed up, and it was crazy. And when you
Well,
were just
and to that point, I like Steele a lot, the DA there,
Mhm.
but this was gratuitous. During COVID, they let certain nonviolent criminals out.
Right.
Cosby is legally blind, etc., and he wouldn't let him out.
Yeah. He's out now, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. And, I think about that a lot, too, because I meet these well-known people. The persona that's out there, it's not always the persona behind the scenes. Some people are really good at hiding what's going on.
No, some of them are rats.
Yeah.
But by and large, though, I haven't experienced that. By and large, they've been pretty good, the ones that I've had to deal with.
Well, you just always have everyone wants to be on the Dom Giordano show.
Of course, let's keep that going.
You're the dean of talk radio. And you know who, our mutual friend, Jody Felice, he always tells me that you're his favorite. He just loves your show on this station.
You know why I love Jody Felice? I like these guys. Kevin Kelly's another one. They're going to go in there. Even the best call at a moment, maybe in talk radio, I couldn't replicate it. Kevin Kelly is trying to seat about a 75-year-old black woman who was the Republican representative in Albany. We're live on the air. And they're just telling her, hey, we're not going to even give you a chair, let alone let you officiate. And this guy, Kevin Kelly, is the type of guy that could run through a wall.
Absolutely.
They don't even care about that.
Right.
They're live on the air. We almost got them to come on with me. And you know what I usually do? I said, I'm threatened. I'm coming over here. I'm going to arrest you. And they get all crazy. Like, what power do I have to arrest them? But that's what I would play with. Yeah.
Yeah, we make quite the duo. I will tell you just a quick backstory from the 24 campaign. Joe and I do tend to argue a lot because we're both Philly. So we yell at each other all the time, but that's our process. And we were on this Zoom call with all the RNC people. And without even realizing it, we were screaming at each other. And everyone had to just explain, that's just how they work.
Got to get Joe Felice back on the show. Good taste by Joe. Merry Christmas, Joe. Thank you, Linda. Thanks for having me into the Dawn Senslin show.
And this is Linda Kearns. Very privileged to sit in for Dawn Senslin on 1210 WPHT. And Dom Giordano, the Dean of Talk Radio, is next.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ho, ho, hold up. It's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, and I'm here to help you slay the season. December is the month to stop settling and start slaying the savings. Slay your car payment. Lease a brand new 2026 Tucson for just $199 a month. The SUV that'll have you gliding through snow. Slay your commute. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy the 0% financing. Only at Colonial Hyundai. And slay your driveway. Colonial awards the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. More for your trade and 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Slay the season only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downtown. Shop us online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Nothing shines like American Heritage Credit Union during the holiday season. Enjoy our gift to the community by visiting our free drive-through holiday light display. Between now and New Year's, stop by our campus at 2060 Red Lion Road in Northeast Philadelphia any evening and enjoy more than 400,000 lights without leaving your car. Our drive-through grand illumination is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union and the Kids in Hope Foundation. Spread the light this year. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/lights.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On top of first-class care, you will never receive a bill. The only thing we had to worry about was just keeping Azalea comfortable. St. Jude saved her life.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Henry in sick bay a bit today, but two great producers with us. We'll talk with them in a second here on the side question, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So, you know, what is considered a slow news day and all that type of stuff. I just saw, that's why I was a little bit late with Linda, just a couple of things get buried in all the holiday stuff that are not, well, one is earth-shattering. The other is just business as usual. Our buddy Mike, who runs Wake Up New Jersey on Twitter, Wake Up Jersey, just put out, remember when you would go over the bridge? All right, you had to go to Jersey, you got to pay the bridge toll and all that, but you in your mind would fill up and say, that's going to compensate for some of this trip over the bridge. Okay. Now, he has up on Twitter, Jersey will have the come January, the sixth highest gas tax in the country. Sixth highest. Pennsylvania, we're still way ahead. Remember that whole deal, Christie? Yeah, I'll let them raise the gas tax, but we're going to lower the sales tax. They're poised to make the sales tax 7%, come hell or high water before January 1st. The other, the Commonwealth Foundation, are unbelievable. They got a big piece up that appears in the Washington Post. And the piece says, all right, maybe there were areas at times of some degree of discrimination, maybe, about hair and African Americans. All right, this was the Crown Act. Remember all that? And Governor Shapiro goes down Broadway, and all these black politicians are with him. And the Commonwealth Foundation, they benefit rights. Well, wait a minute. What about the fact that only 16% of black and brown children in Pennsylvania are proficient in reading and math? Only 16%. I even doubt that number. It might even be lower. And Governor Shapiro is the one that told us that he was for school choice as a remedy for this in some of these rotten schools. But the Crown Act Every one of these guys signs off on, the whole elite of African-American legislators. Oh, my God, we have the Crown Act now. And yet, on the thing that really counts, they want to keep people in captivity. That's exactly what they're doing. They're saying, you must remain captive in those public schools. Otherwise, we'll have no public schools. Otherwise, it'll be a bigger joke. They're holding them captive. They're standing, Josh Shapiro and that Matt Bradford guy standing in the schoolhouse door. That's exactly what's going on there. All right, so 855-839-1210. Today is Boxing Day. I'm watching on, that's what it is in Canada, meaning you put it back in the box and you take it back. National Retail Organization warns about returnary trend. They're actually calling that. More and more people returning stuff. What percentage would you say that you return? I would say one of the reasons the percentage has gone up, when you're shopping online, come on, face it, can you really get a feel for each and every item when you're shopping online? I think it becomes harder and harder to do that. All right, phone lines again are 855-839-1210. We're going to be joined at 12:30 by Jack Posobiec, nationally in the great influencer class, conservative, grew up here in the area. He's in quite a feud with several people trending unbelievably on Twitter about his rosary, about saying the rosary and about the size of his rosary beads, including Mark Levin. You know, that whole Charlie Kirk Amfest thing that went on recently. I think this is maybe a carryover from that. But the size of the rosary beads and the whole thing with the rosary beads has people squaring up on Twitter today. The rosary. And coming up with all sorts. I mean, it's almost, for Catholics, it's almost like we're back in the JFK era of the stuff people are saying about the rosary, and it's pagan and superstition and things of that nature. All right, so we'll get to him at 12:30. This anti-Christian bias. President Trump firing away and announcing yesterday that he had bombed the Islamic radicals, holding all those girls hostage and murdering Christians in Nigeria. And he did it with the compliance or the connection or the help of the Nigerian government, who cannot contain these people. But this is, John, this is cut 14. The Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean, doesn't like that bombing. She thinks it's a distraction. So, Madeline, how about when the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, and you and others were holding up those signs? You stand with these poor little girls that are being raped and tortured and stolen away by Boko Haram. You know, the crazy name for what goes on in Nigeria. Here's what the Dean of Decency just said on national news about all that. Cut 14.
On Ukraine, President Zelensky says he's going to be meeting with President Trump soon to discuss his latest proposal. Zelensky is kind of putting out there what he is calling a compromise on a key Russian demand that Kyiv give up territory in eastern Ukraine. Zelensky says, really showing for the first time he's open to withdrawing troops from eastern Ukraine to create a demilitarized zone in Russia, a demilitarized zone there if Russia agrees to cede territory there as well. Do you see this as a major compromise, a major opening?
I won't get ahead of President Zelensky, and I hope our president takes this all very, very seriously. But there are multiple points of agreement that have to come. Security for Ukraine, a path for Ukraine for rebuilding and for Russia to pay for it, and a consequence to Russia for what they have done. Europe will demand it, and the United States will demand it. This is what I wish the president were focused on. Instead of taking additional strikes here and there around the world, how about focus on peace in Ukraine? How about focusing on, and I sent a letter to the president about this, about making sure that the 20-point plan for Gaza is fulfilled, that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza? And how about we take up our role again as a leader in providing USAID to places like Africa?
Okay, so again, I'm sure the president taking a look at this 20-point plan letter that was sent from Madeline Dean. I'd love to be there. Well, Trump never sees that letter anyhow, but beside that. All right, so here is Trump reaching out again, and there is a sensitivity to Christians being discriminated against in the United States and around the world, and it happened big time during the Biden years. But here we have it in Nigeria where it's more than discrimination. It's just outright murder. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. I was just talking about it with Linda on yesterday. On Christmas Day, 1991, Gorbachev resigned and the Soviet Union essentially dissolved, collapsed. You know, I don't know if it was that second when he did that, but essentially that's what played out. In other words, Russia stayed, but all those satellites started their path to get away. And of course, we had Putin trying to bring that all back together. So we're looking for an all-time downfall. Like when the Soviet Union collapses, that's a pretty big downfall. I took two off, Bill Cosby and OJ. Cosby, you know, there had been some inklings prior to the big downfall, but it seemed to be like an isolated incident with that one woman that they agreed to settle out of court. Then all of a sudden it was beyond belief. Then it became a criminal matter. OJ, I defy you to say, hey, I knew OJ. I knew that stuff was going to. No, we didn't know that. OJ was huge. Crossover appeal racially. Big ads, Arnold Palmer, Hertz, the whole thing. And then we saw more the backstory of OJ. And then he became more villainized than almost anybody out there until his death. I'll take one more off you might not think of, but I think it gives a flavor of it. Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold was, until he was passed over maybe, and he resorted to being the guy we associate with treachery, treason, more than almost anybody else. He was a big-time general and went the other way with the Brits. So those are my three. John, do you have one?
Yeah, Dom, how about Richard Nixon?
Yeah.
I
yeah,
like that
very,
one.
very big downfall. One of the few I have to think about is the only president to resign. Yeah, I think he's still, yeah. Huge, all of his life getting there, winning in dramatic fashion, second term overwhelmingly, and then resigning to avoid going to jail, essentially. Good one. John? Kirk, how about yours?
So I have Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding. So those two were like top in their game in the Olympics. And one swipe of that bar against Nancy Kerrigan's ankle, you know, got her out of the Olympics. Tanya Harding had this brief stint in reality TV, and that tanked. So two of them, they're on top of their game, and they shot right down.
Yeah, it still is shocking for ice skating, particularly figure skating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
All right, those are both good ones. Yep. That's what we are looking for. Hit us with a big downfall in any way, shape, or form. Of course, I'll tell you, I have to take this off. The end of the Roman Empire. That had a pretty big downfall.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, you're an empire that long, all of a sudden the Huns are there, and it's over. You're not an empire anymore.
So that means Joe's going to has to conjure up something else from the other empire.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. All right, hit us with that. Get that in. We'll get your name into the hat. Today we have the winner at let's see, at 5-3 or so, and I believe it will be Gallows. I don't see it on the sheet here. We'll have to find out about that, but we'll have the winner of the week, and it'll be a prize, and probably that, and we'll let you know as soon as we get it. We've had great ones so far. Jack Posobiec coming up at 12:30 today. Mike Donahue, Judge Mike Donahue, the head of the GOP in Cape May, will be with us, but your calls throughout. Hit us on the side right now. 855-839-1210. And this menace, this guy, I'm still telling you, in the end, you're going to see this guy is going to be 1-2, their presidential nominee in 2028, unless we beat him in 2026, Josh Shapiro. How could he be all over the place in celebrations, the Crown Act, meaning your hair, and yet still block black and brown children from getting a decent education? Well, that's progressivism. Worry about that. Oh, man, we cured that problem. Yeah. And how about the skill set of people graduating schools in places like Harrisburg and Philadelphia? Maybe not so much. 855-839-1210. Of course, we have in Times Square, Jesus is Palestinian ads that are up. Nice to be doing that over Christmas. All right. They paid for it. They can put up whatever they want. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you land. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, everyone. It's Dom Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy League you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure. We're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Good Friday. Strange week. When Christmas comes this late in the week, you get in at 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Side question today, of course. Let's see. what, 34 years ago? That's hard to believe. When I went back and looked at it, I thought the Berlin Wall falling, but it took a while for the Soviet Union to start to dissolve, and Gorby, with a hammer and sickle birthmark, resigned, and then it really started to move. So all-time downfall. It could be real, could be fictional character, person, place, thing, trend, whatever would be a good one. Kirk, I don't think we got yours, did we?
Yeah, I said Tanya Harding,
and
Nancy
Kerrigan.
Kerrigan.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, that was a twofer. Taking that one. I got John's and you got mine.
Yep.
So get in with that. Jack Posobiec will be here at 12:30. Big stuff brewing now, the fight. I mean, you look at the showdown on Twitter over the rosary and rosary beads coming out of what happened at the AmFest and people being critical of Jack. The rosary beads are too big. They're getting to him. But I'll ask him about a whole array of things. And really good friend of Charlie Kirk, of course, big-time national influencer and Philadelphia native. He will be here at 12:30-ish. Okay, this is Bill McGurn from the Wall Street Journal, and he's right in the world of reality. Is he right in the world of perception? And by the way, I'll wait till we're done with Jack, but if you missed it, Trump with the Santa line had some of the funniest stuff, some of it in a bizarre way with kids, like a little kid calling him in to the president what he wants for Christmas, and the kid announces he's from Pennsylvania. And Trump goes off and says, they'll tell you, kid, he doesn't call him kid, whatever the kid's name is, Johnny, that Trump only won twice in Pennsylvania. I won 3 times in Pennsylvania. The kid's like 8. The kid's wanting to call and say, I won a video game. Another kid didn't want to get coal. Wait until I play you what President Trump said to the little girl who said, well, as long as I don't get coal in my stocking. Trump had an answer about coal. A kid with a Kindle, waiting to hear what he told him. Oh, my God. They have to have him do more of this. And I think we all agreed last week, if Trump was able to do McDonald's, could he do, I think he could, a supermarket going around with people as they're talking about affordability and all those issues, chatting them up about eggs. Hey, look at that. That looks like a pretty good cut of filet over there. Could Trump do that? I think he could. Would it help him? Here's Bill McGurn from the Wall Street Journal saying correctly something, what Democrats are going to be shouting now through the midterms, but he thinks this is completely ineffective. I don't. They got nothing else. For them, this is their only hope. Here's McGurn, cut 13.
Yeah, and Bill, I want to get to the Democrats' message because I think you're exactly right. They have a real problem. But what's interesting is Democrats have been complaining among a number of things, including President Trump, but they've also been complaining specifically, what surprises me, they've been complaining about Schumer himself. Here's a clip of some of the Democrats calling for new leadership, and this is directed right at Schumer. Watch.
This is definitely a moment where this country wants new leaders. Chuck Schumer's generation, Nancy Pelosi's generation, John Lewis's generation, they have so much to be proud of. It is time, though, for new leadership.
Do you think Democrats around the country think that Chuck Schumer should be the face of the future of the Democratic Party?
So they want Schumer out, but to your point about the messaging, the New York Times took note of that. Here's the headline: Can Democrats reinvent themselves as Washington disruptors? Since President Trump's rise, Democrats have served as defenders of a political system many Americans believe is broken. Now the party is trying a new approach. How do they do it?
All right.
Yeah, I don't think they do it the way they're going.
Yeah, so Bill McGurn there saying, they're just going to shout this buzzword. Well, we know that. I know it's frustrating. My point is they didn't have anything prior to this. Now they have something to wrap their campaign around. Yeah, but that's not fair. The media helping them. We know that. That's what we're up against. They have that. On the rational side, pretend, and really at the base, churning people up, hatred of Trump. You got to come out and vote against Trump because we can't get at him any other way. So vote against Republicans, not just to stop them, but to tear them apart. That's the strategy in a nutshell. The only thing they have to do now is raise more and more money to put that out there constantly. That's what they're going to do. And we go back to then, what's the Republican answer to that? Well, it's two-pronged. That's why I suggested the shopping thing. That's to show that affordability is a big issue for Republicans. They're working on it. They're achieving on it. And they're going to see, come January 1st and slightly beyond, even more achievement. The other is the president, at the rallies and in general, to say, as Susie Wiles said last week, his chief of staff, Trump is on the ballot. It's the Trump party. We're running against the Democrats, the Trump party. To try to coddle these reluctant Trump voters to show up and vote. And our fate, in large measure, is in the hands of those sometimes reluctant voters. There are going to be a lot of close congressional races. We're going to keep the Senate, but there's going to be a lot of very close congressional races. I'm talking a point or so. And in those places, it will be paramount to turn out those Trump voters. If they do and they buy into this, you're going to win. If they don't, then it's going to be very, very tough to maintain the House. And we all know what that means. So he's right. They're just screaming this buzzword, affordability, affordability, affordability. But when you have nothing, and then you have something, at least a theme here, well, it gives you a shot. And the media is all over it. They can't get enough of the affordability. And on the downsides, we're going to see Mondami, the first week or so in, start to fail and fail even more on what? Affordability. And we're going to see Mikey Sherrill. Is she really on the first day just going to stop commerce? So there are going to be price controls? Is that what she's going to do? It appears to be so. I'm going to ask Mike Donahue about that at 1:30. What can she do? What is she going to try to do in just a week or so away? She's doing her inaugural in Newark, not in Trenton. That's all about, blue, big cities, affordability. You'll hear it again and again and again. So already, as I see it, the midterms are already set up. It's not like we have to guess about anything. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. I see a potential winner here, a couple maybe. Hit us with an all-time downfall. We've never done this one before. I mean, when the Soviet Union collapses completely, I still think, look, I know the achievements, recency bias of President Trump. But you're going to have to go a long way with any president, other than Lincoln and Washington, to tell me that you thought the Soviet Union would be brought down. And who brought it down? Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan pushed them with Star Wars. He pushed them with our economy going up. He pushed them by what we were doing militarily. And what happened? They cracked, bringing down the Soviet Union. Yeah, I know it happened during the Bush years. You know that Reagan did it. It's an accomplishment that is mind-boggling because never thought it would happen. If you were alive during that period of time and, you were coming up, duck and cover in the schools. The Soviets are going to attack us. They're going to bomb it. Nuclear war. Reagan brought them down. He did it. All right, let's go to Lance in South Philly. This is a pretty good one. Hey, Lance, happy post-Christmas. What do you have?
Thank you, Dom. I got Blockbuster.
Okay, explain.
The reason I have Blockbuster because Friday and Saturday was a ritual for millions and millions and millions of people renting that VHS tape and then on to the DVD. That was Friday and Saturday was the epitome of the weekend. And they could have purchased Netflix for $50 million, and the CEO at the time, he declined to do it because he couldn't see it. He couldn't see that a streaming service would take off like that. So he declined the offer, and as they say, the rest is history.
I remember we were with listeners in Alaska. I don't know if it was true or not. They billed themselves, I think it was in Juneau, Lance, as the last functioning Blockbuster store in America, or at least, in America, in 50 states. And
no,
all true.
No, it's Bend, Oregon has the last Blockbuster.
Ah,
yeah, he's right.
Okay.
There's still one in
There's still one in Oregon.
Yep, there's still one there.
All right.
Yep,
Well, this
he's
was
right.
in Alaska,
It's
maybe phony
nostalgic.
advertising.
It's Bend, Oregon. People go there.
Yeah, I can understand. No, that is a very good downfall. All right, so we've established how big that is a biggie. And, just a new technology, not seeing around the bed, streaming services or anything like it. Okay, coming up, Jack Pobasek is, as I said, one of the biggest influencers out there, was at AmFest, and is here to talk about the rosary and why on Twitter today people are squaring off over this. He's next. Hey, imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue. That feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Halls sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials: powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
PennDOT officials statewide have already been gearing up for the storm and freeze tonight. West Philadelphia nonprofit Chosen 300 Ministries was offering folks presents and winter coats on Christmas. And Kwanzaa is underway. The African American Museum in Philadelphia has a special week of programming.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, that's featured songwriter, of course, Supper Darby. Our guest is pretty close to that, his roots. Jack Posobiec is the host of the Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice, New York Times bestselling author. And again, it's a stunning story. Somebody who worked here as a sales rep, etc., and also has a rosary bead, or rosary beads, if you will, that is having people square off on Twitter, including Mark Levin and these others. What's up with the rosary beads? Let's go to Jack here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jack, Merry Christmas. Do you have your rosary beads with you today?
Dom, Merry Christmas. Look, I've got my rosary beads on me. I always stay armed for spiritual warfare.
Well, the size of the rosary beads, for those, I meant to have a picture up here on YouTube, Jack. Is that what the bone of contention is with Mark Levin and some others? At least on Twitter, it's hard to believe that was trending.
Gosh, you know, of all the things that I thought that would be controversial, that that I may have said, politically, or you come in a primary or some such thing, I really didn't expect that the rosary, the Catholic rosary, would become such of an issue. And yes, we do have I do carry a large rosary. It's a military rosary called Rugged Rosary. It's made by Paracord. And I say, it's not my grandmom's rosary. It's a nice man's rosary size. And look, we held it up. We went out there and at the Charlie Kirk's Memorial back in October for my friend when I gave the speech out there. And I had it with me, and the feeling just kind of, I hadn't really planned it or anything. It just sort of came to me that, why not hold it up? Just hold it up. And people really cheered. They really responded well to it. And, that was, I would think probably more of an evangelical crowd than a Catholic crowd, but I think there's power in it. I think there's real power in the cross and holding up the crucifix. And gosh, I had no idea that would become so controversial, and people saying, "Oh, he's doing it performatively and he's doing it cynically." Like, no, just a Polish Catholic. That's what we believe.
So, Jack, what's the Levin angle now? Is this a spinoff from Ben Shapiro and what went on at AmFest, the first Charlie Kirk event after his assassination?
I do think that's what's happening here. So I had done an interview on stage with Megyn Kelly the night before, where Megyn had, and she's waded into some waters about some of these things and gotten into, and she and Ben Shapiro had gotten into a back and forth, and he had called her out on the first night of AmFest, and so I, as the interviewer, gave her the opportunity to respond, but as they as they say in Philly, I may have caught a few strays on that one.
Yeah, well, and I don't understand why they'd come after you. To my knowledge and knowing you, et cetera, you are very pro-Israel, and in the proper perspective of this, right?
Dom, I can remember staffing you when I was your intern, and we used to go and speak at ZOA dinners almost 20 years ago.
Yes.
It's,
yeah.
Right there at ZOA, and with the RJC of Philadelphia would come out, and I mean, it's pretty long track record there.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Jack, what did you take a side on this whole thing? I don't want to draw you into this. You're good enough to come on a day pretty much off and visiting and all that. But, I'm not a fan of what's going on here with Candace Owens, for example. She got to meet with Erica. That ought to be enough to simmer things down, right? Tell me your sense of what's going on.
Well, I totally agree with that. And I was one of the people behind the scenes on that one who was saying, let's sit down, let's have a peace meeting, because there were some people who really wanted to, pick up the swords and go to blows. And I said, look, there's certain times where you do that. And I think there's other times where you can sit down and have a peace summit, the same way President Trump was able to have a peace summit in the actual Middle East when dealing with the actual Israel. And so I would hope with some of this stuff, we could find ways to have peace as well.
Absolutely. Is there a point? What is the point of contention, Jack, though, in your view? What is it? Was it Candace Owens? It's deeper than I know, but her arguments, all these conspiracies with Charlie being assassinated, bad enough he's dead, etc. But then to prey on that is just awful. Is that mostly what's going on here?
Well, I think there were people, Dom, and I didn't see it at the time, but there were people who came into this when Charlie's body, and as ghoulish as it is to talk about this, his body was still in the back of the truck on the SUV on the way to the hospital. And there were already people online saying, oh, this is Israel. Oh, this is this is the conspiracy, before they had any evidence of anything. And I said, whoa, guys, hold on. We don't even know what, we don't even have a description. This is before they had caught the kid who was involved in this transgender relationship, and the furries and all this stuff had come out. I said, guys, what are you doing? And I think what's going on is that there's one group of people who, and by the way, if you want to criticize what Israel's done in a war, and if you have, an issue with, Netanyahu and some of the, fine, have a good faith criticism, but keep it good faith. And I think that what there are, though, is people who have this bias where they kind of see it behind every shadow. And I'm saying, guys, I think that's just not right.
No, Jack, it is not. And I have to say for myself, and I don't want to draw you in. I didn't ask you to come on to do that. I have too much respect. But I interviewed Tucker Carlson several times over the years, once from my book. I thought he was one of the most brilliant guys in media, conservative or otherwise. He had me on his show a few times. I'm amazed at some of the stuff going on there now with him. I just, it's fine to be provocative to put the other side. Maybe I should leave it at that. I don't want to draw you into that one, but it stuns me to see this in the wake of this because, as you know, you were in Wildwood with us, and you see it around the country. The uptick in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination is stunning to me. I never thought in a million years young people would respond in this way. It's incredible.
Well, and it's all over TikTok, too. And I think that's a big part of it as well. And, I can understand, look, Mark Levin, he's a guy from Cheltenham, all right? We know they run a little hot over there in Cheltenham sometimes, so certainly not my first time dealing with that. Cheltenham High, and I was a Kennedy Kendrick guy, just a couple miles away from Netanyahu himself actually went to, and his brother went to
Hall of Fame. They're in the Hall of Fame
years ago.
Yeah.
They're in the Hall of Fame. I think a couple of years before Mark. So it's kind of interesting how a bunch of us, and we're all from the greater Philly area, and we're all wrapped up in all this.
So Jack, are you on today on Human Events?
No, we are pre-taped today. We've got a Christmas series that we're going to be running, and we're going to continue that. Plus some of the other interviews that I did behind the scenes at AmFest, and some panels and different things that hadn't aired yet. We're going to be airing that throughout the week. So take a little time off, and I was thinking of spending some time with the family, and we might just pray a family rosary.
I can't top that. How long does it take you to pray the rosary?
Oh, I mean, you could do it in about 20 minutes. You really can. Now, that depends if the kids are cooperative. If they're not, now we're pushing 30, 40.
Okay. Well, Jack, thank you. Where did we follow you on Twitter? As if you don't own Twitter, where do we go?
Oh, thank you so much. Well, I'm on Twitter. You can follow me on Mark Levin's X page because he can't stop talking about me today. And but of course, at Jack Tosovic and Human Events Daily is the show. We're going to put out a lot of content this year, and actually next week we're going to go back and look at some of the. We're going to do some veterans history and talk about. Go back to a look at Iraq, Afghanistan, and look at some of the different wars America's been involved in the past couple of years, and try to put those in context of where we go on the way forward here.
Jack, thank you very much for coming on today. As always, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Jack.
God bless, Dom, to you, the entire audience. It's always great being back here home at WPHT, the greatest radio station in America.
Thank you, Jack, very much. You can clip that, Kirk. Send that right now to Henry, major influencer right there. Come on, Henry. I know you're feeling a little. Let's get that one out there. All right, so the rosary. My God. And I didn't want to drum too much into the Carlson thing and everything else with these people colliding. You know where I am on that side. It's not with Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, or Tucker Carlson, or Nick Fuentes. All right, we got a great side question going. And at 1 o'clock, I'm going to play you 3 or 4 of these calls of cute kids with President Trump on the Santa line and what he says to the kids when they tell him what they want for Christmas. The one little girl is particularly funny. She starts off, as I remember it, saying, well, I don't want any coal in my stocking. Oh, man. What an opening for Trump. Somebody wrote it with these kids. There had to be a conspiracy here. These lines just set them up perfectly. Here's how you get in, though. Hit us with that all-time downfall. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With holiday chaos around every corner, the minute you step into your BMW, you're in control. The BMW X3's adventure-ready agility is built for wherever the holidays take you. The effortless power of the X5 makes it easy to take on the season, and the iconic 3 Series is an exhilarating escape. The BMW Road Home sales event on now. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, all-time side question here. Got the downfall of the Soviet Union. Probably the biggest event in the last, pick the number of years. We're looking for a downfall. Real or fictional? Person, product, thing, institution, whatever it might be, but a big downfall. Dave in Levittown is next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, good afternoon.
Yeah, Dom, I got to go with Pete Rose. I mean, Charlie Hustle.
I had his rookie card when I was a baseball card when I was a kid. It was my favorite card. I always thought they should have put him back in the hall. They should have put him in the Hall of Fame. Even though it's wrong to bet on baseball, especially if you're playing or a manager, I guess he was. But Rose, I never thought he would throw a game on purpose just to win a bet. He was too aggressive. He was just too much Charlie Hustle. I never believed that. So I got to go with Pete Rose.
Okay, the only thing is, though, realize, I don't think he would do that either. Baseball and pitchers, that's why they don't pitch in the All-Star game. You pitch a pitcher too much, you put him in that spot when you wouldn't. That's a major deal, in addition to violating the gambling thing. That's what he did as a manager, I think. That's
whenever I think back to baseball, like my favorite plays, it's him diving into third base or running the catcher over. Those are my favorite memories.
I've always been on the side, and Ray Fosse was a great guy and really got injured in an All-Star game. But he should have known Pete Rose rounding third. You got to get the shin guard into him, I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good one, though. Big fall from grace. I interviewed him a couple times, and it was nuts. You had to have your hand on the button there, the panic button, very much. So Lenny Dykstra, even more. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. So this battle, I'm not sure how much it reaches out to the average conservative. Going on with Levin, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and all these others. But inside what is a huge movement, I mean, the Kirk movement, I think these are people that are going to vote. I think they're going to be huge in the primary, and they're with J.D. Vance, who I think did rather well last week at that event. I mean, I'm not 100% sold on Vance that he's the guy to carry on for Trump. I think there are others out there, and I'd like to see a bunch of primaries. But at this point in time, it doesn't look like Marco Rubio, for example, is going to run. Or even if he did, at this point in time, I think Vance would beat him. So, we're not home yet to say that it's a long time. I mean, my God, 2.5 years or so that all this starts. I do know on the other side, Gavin Newsom's out with a new book, Young Man in a Hurry. Yeah, right, Gavin. And Josh Shapiro is coming out with a book, and he'll be on a book tour. And we have the governor's race with him, which is winnable. But we're going to need a lot more. Stacey Garrity has tremendous qualifications, but she's not known well enough yet. It's going to take a lot of money to get her known, first of all. And you heard what I said at the top of the show. Commonwealth Foundation, they do a great job. They just put this out today, and it's so true. Biggest thing toward the end of the year, particularly with a lot of the people in Harrisburg, we got the Crown Act passed, which says you can't discriminate based on hair. And mainly, it's African Americans. Okay. There have been episodes of that. But they point out, where's Shapiro for African American kids? Across the state, kids of color, only about 16% are proficient in reading and math. I don't even know if it's that many. I mean, that ought to stun people. 84% are not, and it's not that hard to be proficient. So what does that mean to their lives? The only hope for them in many of these school districts is school choice. You know it, and I know it. Well, what's he doing on that? Blocking it. That's exactly what he's doing. Let's try David in Lexington on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Don. How are you doing? Hope you had a great Christmas.
Thank you, David.
You're exactly right. And, that's a big problem, especially down here in the South with the urban population. And I say that all the time, Dom. I say, how can you not want better for your children? The numbers bear it out. This is not like they're 45%. You're talking, 16%? It's not even close.
Exactly.
How could you not want better for your children? That's how you break the cycle of poverty. That alone,
and David,
will break it.
I don't know about your governor, but we're going to see it pretty soon. One Democrat, Solis, Polis, the governor of Colorado, has signed off. He's going to take the big, beautiful bill money, which is free money. It's from taxpayers. By free money, I mean it doesn't take away from the public schools. Put it into the nonprofits where people then will be able to apply and get school choice. Shapiro, by his lackeys in the media, has not been pressed every single day. What more do you need to know? The bill is clear. All the language is clear. Will you give that money or not? I'm predicting he won't. And I'm predicting Stacey Garrity is going to pounce on that. And if I were whispering in her ear, which I might be, I would tell her, bring it up. Hey, good to meet you, Stacey Garrity. You know Josh Shapiro won't take $1 billion for poor kids?
Right. You know, in South Carolina, we have this thing called the Corridor of Shame.
Yes.
And it's a strip of area along 95 mainly, but different parts. But I'll give you one guess who is the House of Representatives representative for that area. None other than Jim Clyburn.
Clyburn, that's where I was going to go, yeah.
Yeah.
The guy who made Joe Biden president. I mean, more than any single thing.
And these people will vote for him no matter what. He won't even debate his challengers because he knows he doesn't need to.
Yeah, exactly. You know? Yeah.
So, well, Don, for my side answer, kind of in honor of a big game tomorrow, my Tigers are facing off with Penn State, but I'll never forget the downfall of Joe Pa. I mean, he was a coach that, unless you maybe were an arch rival of Penn State, everyone loved Joe Pa. Everyone. And then what happened with that whole thing with him and Sandusky and everything is just horrible for him and for college football.
David, I put one thing on there. I admired Joe Paterno back in the day when he had Capoletti, when he had guys, Mike Reed, who played in concert pianist. But there was one player, and I forgot his name, and he's a radio host, that I thought was an example. Yep, Joe is going the element of questionable players, and it was before this came out because he had to compete. He was older. I don't know if he knew what he was doing then or not. So well before the Sandusky thing, a lot of Penn State players arrested, the whole deal. But David, here's the thing too and they come after me, the Penn State real fan. They might today. Why in the world would you not turn Sandusky in? It's not negative to you. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you're taking a fall for somebody that.
Yes. Yeah. Why do that? I never got that. Yeah. That's a great
That's my answer.
Yep. Thank you,
Thanks,
David.
Take
Have
care.
a good weekend. Yeah, Joe Paterno, really fall from grace, to put it mildly. And if they had turned Sandusky in once they found out, people would say, "What's up with it?" Well, they did the right thing. Why didn't you see it? I guess they could argue that, and but not to do it. It still shocks what went on here. Some of it was arrogance. They controlled the whole world there at Penn State. And we've been through this so many times. It's unbelievable. Okay, coming up, we're going to play you President Trump talking to kids around Christmas, what they want for Christmas and what Trump's response is. We're going to talk with Mike Donahue. Is this Mikey Sherrill really the affordability test on day one going to freeze prices? He's a big-time lawyer. He's the guy that helped stop the windmills. And Bill Devlin, later in the show, Pastor Devlin has been to Nigeria, I think 20 times or more. He just got a guy freed today. What does he think of the bombing? I think this is what Trump does, and it's very effective. We're not putting American lives on the line, but wherever you are in the world that's engaged in the type of stuff like what's going on in Nigeria, there's a good chance you're going to get it, be it in Iran, be it in Venezuela, or be it in Nigeria. You are at risk if you're engaging in this. That's all straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
Whether you're saving for a dream vacation in the warmer months or hoping to buy a home in the new year, grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and flexible terms, like 3.81% annual percentage yield APY with a 12 or 36-month certificate or IRA. Your savings, your growth, your American Heritage. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by the NCUA. Additional insurance provided by Excess Share Insurance. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter x.com/AI.
WSP USA Incorporated is seeking an associate consultant water resource engineer in their Lawrenceville, New Jersey office to, under general supervision, collect and compile environmental data samples of water, sediment, and other matrices for analysis. Requirements: bachelor's degree or foreign equivalent in civil engineering or related, plus 9 months experience as a research assistant, trainee, junior water engineer, or related. Internship experience is accepted. Salary $85,900.67. Standard corporate benefits. Email resume to jobs@WSP.com. Reference 1421.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
All right, it is Dom time. Good Friday. Happy post-Christmas as we move toward looking back on the entire year. So President Trump, I mean, this stuff is comedy gold, is on the Santa line. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or the day or on Christmas Eve, but I just got it last night. This will be cut 4. Here's a little kid who says he wants a Kindle. And Trump seizes upon this to make comments about attracting high IQ people to America. All because, and remember, these kids, some of them are like 6, 7, 8 years of age. Here's Trump with the kid who wants a Kindle.
What do you want from Santa?
That's a hard one. For me, I probably most want a Kindle this year.
A Kindle?
You want what?
A Kindle.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person. We need more high IQ people in the country.
What the hell?
We definitely need more high IQ.
How do you get that from a kid?
Like, what a random thing to say to a child.
I know. Well, he's reading. That's why he's going with it. All right. Here is a little bit more now. This is the girl. This one was really good. The girl, somehow or another is trying to say not what she wants, what she doesn't want. She wants to make sure she doesn't get any coal in her stocking. Well, you roll that out with Trump, and you're going to get a lecture on clean coal. I'm surprised he didn't ask the girl if she wants to be a coal miner someday. Here's President Trump with a girl who doesn't want coal for Christmas.
President of the United States.
Hi, how are you?
Where's Santa? How long until Santa will be?
Okay, well, Santa's now in Sweden. So Santa's got quite a trip to get to your great area, your great part of the world, because you live in a terrific place. But I would say Santa will make it in record time, probably in about 5 hours. 5 hours from now, Santa will be coming down your chimney and have a beautiful present for you. What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that at all costs. But you don't want clean, beautiful coal, right?
No.
What would you like?
Barbie, American Girl doll.
Barbie, okay. Well, you'll get that, I'm sure. What else? Anything else?
Clothes.
Clothes, good. That's good.
Candy.
Candy, well, candy is good. Candy is good. Do you eat candy? Do you eat much candy?
Not all.
Well, you eat as much as you want. Be healthy, okay? But Santa's going to be there in about 5 hours.
Oh, mother. Be healthy. Eat as much candy as you want.
Q Maha.
Q Mama. All right, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, we're going to send Tootsie Rolls over.
And he's going to have beautiful presents. And say hello to your mom and dad, okay, honey?
Now, here's the one where the kid really, this was just launched. It wasn't even, as I understand it, coming off the kid wanting a present. It's that President Trump learns the next kid is from Pennsylvania. This is cut 6.
Mr. President, we are connecting you to Cruz. He is 5 years old from State College, Pennsylvania. And Santa is currently in for Copenhagen, Denmark.
Whoa. That's pretty good.
Merry Christmas.
Hi. How are you?
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Mom. This is Cruz.
Hi, Cruz.
I'm from Pennsylvania.
Right, I know. Oh, Pennsylvania is great. We won Pennsylvania. Actually 3 times, but we won Pennsylvania. We won it in a landslide, so I love Pennsylvania.
Oh, my. 3 times.
So Santa right now is in Copenhagen, Denmark. And he's heading toward our country. What would you like from Santa?
A 3D pen, and I want a glazed digger, and I want science stuff and a robot.
Well, you'll get all of it. Mom, I think he's going to get all of it, don't you think, from Santa?
Thank you. Merry Christmas, General. I think so. He was really good.
Well, he sounds like he's good. Sounds like he's got a good mom, too, right?
Yeah. Say, we love President Trump, right?
That's so nice.
Yeah. And I voted.
Oh, wow. I'll bet your mom voted properly. Well, we love that wonderful place you come from. You know, we have very good feelings about it. We did so well there, so I appreciate it, Mom. Okay? Pennsylvania is a great place. Really great place. So I want to thank you and good luck. And I hope you get everything you want, but I think Santa will come through. He's heading here from Denmark, and he should be here in about 5 hours, but you'll be sleeping, right?
Yep.
When you wake up in the morning, you're going to be the happiest young man.
I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah, I
real quick,
thought
Don.
he was going to pivot Denmark and say, and we're going to get Greenland.
We're going to buy Greenland
in this new year. You know, can you talk to the Santa's talking to the Danes?
But the burning question I have is, what 5-year-old is going to understand elections
Well, of
And
course. Well, that's why this is classical humor here. I mean, it gets worse.
Well, Trump's screwing the parents over. Now they have to buy the kid all this stuff. He's promising them all this stuff.
Yeah. Well, here is cut 10 when the kid mentioned, I think this is a little bit older kid maybe, that he'd like a pinball machine. Now Trump launches into Elton John off the pinball machine. This is probably the classic of all. Cut 10.
So,
I would like the most if you a gumball or make your own pinball machine.
no pinball machine. That's great. You know Elton John? He did Pinball Wizard. You have to send you a copy of Pinball Wizard. Well, that sounds great, actually. So Santa's not going to let you down. Santa is a good Santa. Not going to let you down.
All right.
That
He
was
called
my favorite one.
one other. I don't want to have to play it now, but I think wanted to know if Santa be mad if she didn't want to leave cookies for Santa. Would he be mad? And Trump said no. He's cherubic. He would just be disappointed. And these are 7 or 8 year old. The pinball one though.
That's awesome.
The all-time jump in Trump's mind. Elton John, pinball wizard. What the heck? He should have gone with Greenland and Denmark there. That was set up for it. He's heading over Greenland. Soon, kids, that'll be part of America.
Right.
You're learning that tonight. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get on board. By the way, in coming days, maybe before the new year, John Yoo, native Philadelphian, big-time attorney. We had him on quite a lot, 2025, maybe 20 times. He was out there yesterday, I think it was yesterday on Fox, talking about this big Supreme Court decision that said that President Trump cannot send the National Guard into Chicago. Now, there may be some wiggle room here, but it's an unusual decision, and John Yoo makes the point. They do say you can send the U.S. military in, but only if the entire U.S. military, this is how crazy this is, doesn't make a dent in it. Only then can you send the National Guard. Look, I don't want to send the Marines into Chicago. Military forces trying to be the police. The National Guard is a little bit more of yin and yang. You know, you got a better shot there doing. You don't want to see the military rolling in an urban area. That's putting them in a bad spot. That's not going to be good. I don't know that Trump is going to do that. But Chicago is where they're needed probably as much as anywhere in the country. So what will he do? Well, John Yoo says there are other things here in the court. But when I read the decision, Sam Alito, brilliant guy, been on the show 7 times, as you know, over the years, said, no, I dissent. We're not going to have federal officers, ICE and others, under threat of death in these cities just to somehow or another try to take away a presidential power. And what happened here is you saw the lines in this Supreme Court. Of course, the 3 progressives, they all voted to say, no, can't send troops into Chicago. Weasel, I think, and a miss, Kavanaugh, he wrote a concurrence. And Johnny Roberts, who was a big miss by George W. Bush, and Amy Coney Barrett, who I think was a miss by President Trump, they both wrote the opinion saying, no, this is unconstitutional. Only the U.S. military can be sent in. This is not based upon duking it out over the Constitution, I think. This is about the Supreme Court, Roberts, stung a little bit by the idea they're going along with Trump too much, so they're going to not go along with this. But you see that Gorsuch, Clarence Thomas, and particularly Sam Alito, who wrote the dissent, are right there where they should be. The problem is, I think Coney Barrett is a definite miss, and Kavanaugh might be a miss. They don't miss. The other side didn't miss. They had 3 shots. They have 3 that are just, they don't even have to go to work. You know how they're going to vote. How do we end up with this? Well, blame George W. Bush on Roberts. Coney Barrett, that's a tough one. I didn't think there was any indication, but she seems to want to curry favor with John Roberts, maybe to be the Chief Justice someday when he retires, if he does. And that's where she's going. I'm kind of a bit stunned to see it play out that way, but that's where she is right now. Whatever he does, she seems to go along with. And Kavanaugh is a bit of a weaselly figure. Pretty hard to say. Sometimes he is with the big three of Thomas, Gorsuch, and Alito. But again, we had all these Supreme Court picks. And still, I would say things are in doubt because of those misses, because of the two that I mentioned particularly. Okay, we'll get you on the side question. All-time downfalls. That's what we're looking for. Coming off 3 years ago yesterday. I'm sorry, 1991 it was. Gorbachev resigns and the Soviet Union dissolves. You can hit us with a person, place, product, thing, city, sports team. One note yesterday on the Sports on Sunday. The NFL, you have to go to a streaming service. Now, a lot of people have Netflix, true. I don't know. Was the other one on Prime, I think. And the NBA owned Christmas Day. They put out some pretty good games yesterday, some pretty intriguing matchups. I haven't seen the final numbers, but it's clear that the NFL owns Christmas Day now. Even though there were lackluster games, lackluster teams, Netflix had problems again, buffering, etc. Bottom line, Charles Barkley, who was on last night on The Big Show, which is now on ESPN, going after the NFL as piggish. Oh, come on now. The bottom line is America wants the NFL. The same day, I happen to be flipping through Netflix. Really good documentary I'd recommend on John Elway, who is kind of the forgotten quarterback. I think he's among the 5 best of all time. And Elway is, of course, the guy who said, no, I'm not going to go to Baltimore. They are screwed up beyond belief. Remember, they fled Baltimore. Remember all the turmoil. I'll sit out of here. I'll play baseball. And he had the ability, so much ability to do it, that they transferred his rights essentially to Denver. And he went on to win, I think, 2 Super Bowls and is just, as far as arms, one of the 3 or 4 best in the history of the league, etc.
And kids today, they'll look at his interception numbers and they'll think he wasn't that good. No, it was a different game back then.
Yeah,
you were actually allowed to play defense.
Yeah. And they interview Terry Bradshaw, who came across as dumb as he is now, which is hard to do, attacking Elway, saying how, and this is what I wanted to get you in on, how dare he say that he's not going to go? Doesn't he understand the draft and the principle of the draft? I will tell you, it's a holiday season. I despise these drafts. And I don't understand how people that are conservative can support the idea of telling someone where they have to work and all this stuff that the NFL does with parity. It's socialism. I mean, it's pretty clear to me.
Do you have a fix?
Yeah, just let people go where they want. It's America. That's my fix. And people are going to go to different places. Look, I don't think anybody's going to want to go to Buffalo. Well, they don't have a team. That's America. Who would want to go to Buffalo? Well, maybe you're from that area. Maybe your wife is. Maybe they're willing to pay you more. Maybe you like the coach. Maybe you like the system. Maybe you want to go into the Hall of Fame. That's how America usually is. But Bradshaw, instead of embracing this guy and saying, wow, I hope more people can do this, that gives players more opportunity to make a decision, attacks Elway. This guy is one of this interview he came across almost as dumb as he is now, and the stuff that he says. And we know recently some of the stuff about Trump and other things, just an embarrassment. But I think the bottom line on this is this. If people like something in America, they're willing to overlook anything else. And the NFL proved again yesterday they are the biggest thing going. They are too big to fail. They decimated NBA basketball, which dominated. That's their premier showcase until the playoffs. Maybe Martin Luther King Day to do something big. But basketball used to be the thing that had really good games, big players on Christmas Day. Short players had to sacrifice, the whole thing. But the NFL puts on 3 usual games with almost no real consequence in 2 of them at least. They have problems. You got to pay for it essentially. Now, maybe you have the service, but again, you're paying for it in some way. Where the NBA is on channels usually, where there's not that component, and yet NFL football kills it. It is bigger than it's ever been, and there's no horizon there. I mean, it is just a Goliath. All right, you can get in on that, though. I know even DJ and Luke yesterday with me, particularly Luke and all. No. You got to have parity. Well, parity is a word to me that a Mandami would say. Why do you need parity? Why can't one team be better than the others? Well, everybody's got to be equal here. Really? Okay, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to your calls. Get in. All-time downfall, 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgating holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. You know, as we get toward the end of the year, all these statistics roll in. I just saw this one. California, the average teacher salary, average now, $101,584 a year. That's the average. Telling you that, you know, you have some starting teachers. I think they started about 59. You can imagine some of the numbers then in California to bring that up to an average of 101,584. Now, due to Gavin Newsom, et cetera, inflation, Biden, That probably doesn't go that far, but still, it's not bad with the amount of time off, et cetera, 101,000 plus, and great health care benefits, the whole thing. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. How's the ankle today, Robert?
Oh, it's doing okay. I had a stumble on it and hurt it, but I'll be all right. I just need to be patient.
Yeah,
That's all I
exactly. Yep.
I just wanted to sing the praises of somebody who never gets any credit around this time of year, Dom, and that would be the stranger. There's a lot of kids growing up in an orphanage that
Sure.
got toys and gifts from people they never met. Even if you participate in food drives or taking toys to the stadium or stuff like that, just understand that even though you might not get that personal thanks, you're really, really helping somebody, and they'll probably never forget it. Seriously.
Your impact of taking your situation and just seeing through those eyes is wonderful, and the manner, the credibility you have of calling attention to that. That's exactly right.
Or just doing your best to try to pay it forward as best you can. That's all it takes,
Yep.
But I wanted to go a little large with my answer. My answer to the side question is going to be Mesoamerican civilizations and empires. They were thriving for thousands of years. Some of the biggest buildings in the world, some of the largest pyramids in Central America and South America, and the Aztecs up in Mexico. And they thrived for 1,000 years, and then the conquistadors came, and it's just within 100 years, they were gone, man. And now a lot of people will say that with the mines and whatnot, it had a climactic cause to that, and that the climate shifted and they had to move, and they just basically dispersed from their temples. But their marker as an empire is gone. It's all gone, and it's completely Spanish-speaking, and you have to go down there to see signs of it, and it's kind of a shame. I understand progress, but my answer is going to be Mesoamerican civilization embodied by the Aztecs.
Thank you, Robert. Have a nice weekend. That was almost a Joe of Exton answer, while not sounding like with the Meso. Joe will be in on the, yeah, that is true, though.
Yeah.
Civilizations, one moment they're here, bang. I said the Roman Empire, probably even greater.
Yep.
Over length of time and the amount of the world conquered, but there you go. All right, hit us with this. All-time downfalls is what we're looking for. We had a lot of fun a few weeks ago, particularly that Henry was a connoisseur, or at least somewhat of that, of Costco's pizza. And I told you that during the retail giants Q1 2026 earnings call, the head guy there pointed to a few fun facts about the holiday selling season so far, including unprecedented pizza sales. That Costco, the retailer achieved a record-breaking $250 million in Black Friday online orders, and pizza was something, though, that was driving the brick and mortar, if you will. Pizza, Costco pizza. Now, the Wall Street Journal, I clipped this morning, it's got a piece, how Costco won over wine snobs. Now, I'm not sure, you have to tell me if it's the average Costco, but the Costcos out there in wine country are won over to shop at Costco. And some of these wines, we're talking hundreds of dollars, thousands. I'm looking at one, $675, $99, that kind of thing. I don't think I'm enough of a connoisseur. I'd be able to tell the difference. I did when the Young Republicans gave me a bottle. It was $108. I thought I noticed some difference. But they interview people in wine country there, and to a person, they talk about the fact that Costco is stocked. This is in wine country, too. One says this is a key place for new gems, sales representatives for urban wine brokers. With fewer people drinking wine, vineyards blame the economy, younger generation shifting tastes, cannabis, and side effects from Ozempic. Wow. Ozempic curtails wine sales. That doesn't make sense to me. The side effect from them, not sure what it is that would do that. You had something on that, Kurt?
No, I was going to say that is a shocker. That is
Yeah.
like a real shocker to me.
Yeah.
How that.
But changing tastes, cannabis versus wine, I could see that, I guess. So Costco is now cornering the wine market and the pizza market.
Wow.
Yeah, by that I mean big sales out of something. You think it's toilet paper and
Right. That's what I thought they would be like the biggest
toilet
one.
paper, paper goods.
Right.
They sold books big time for a while. If you didn't get Costco to take you as an author, that was a big slap. I mean, they would sell hundreds of thousands of books potentially.
Yep.
Let's go to Costco, honey. I need a Chablis of 1996, and I need a margarita pizza. Let's go to Costco.
Right.
What the heck is happening here with this guy? So I'm trying to convince Roe. The nearest one to us, I think, is a half hour away, but still, it might be worth it.
Same here. There's
yeah.
one to me is about a half hour as well, and that place is super packed. I mean, the parking lot is like unreal.
Gas is cheaper. You can still
That's
get
the
a
one
hot
thing
dog
I
and
wanted.
soda for $1.50.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yep.
All right. Coming up, Judge Mike Donahue. He is the chair of the Cape May County, the Cape GOP. What is actually going to happen in Jersey that first day with Mikey Sherrill when we see affordability play out? Can she really freeze everything and her attorney general do price controls and the rest? I think he's recovered. We did talk with him post the big defeat so that we can be rational about this. Because affordability is all over the place. That's why Mondami is so important. The guy crawls with pitfalls for Democrats, but they're going to go with it. There's going to be heat that first day, and he's going to do everything he can to help Republicans win. All right, we'll talk with Mike Donahue. We'll take more of your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
KiaofCherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams with payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it is Dom time. Momentarily, we'll talk with Judge Mike Donahue at the Jersey Shore. When we come up to the first day of Mikey Sherrill in office, and it's imminent, What are we going to see? What can they really do? And we're going to see the word affordability in Virginia. The new governor there says affordability is going to run through everything that we do. Now, we know that they caused it. What is the way of puncturing this, given what the media is all about? Well, what the Trump administration is doing, each action that they're taking, then the big, beautiful bill kicking in, will all be helpful. But that's not going to stop them because they have nothing else. And latching onto this, if I were advising them, is a smart play for them. They have nothing else at all. At least this gives them something to wrap it around. Then their people in the media will try to tout every success they have. Mike Donahue is also one of the real central players as an attorney and advisor in the battle against big wind, which the Trump administration really dealt a big blow to just in the last week with their decision up and down the East Coast to shut down the remaining projects, which were still huge. So 855-839-1210, you get on board. So the tells for us in affordability are going to be Jersey. They are going to be Mondani in New York, who's going to go wild right out of the box. And he'll have a lot of sycophants that are excited. Oh, my God, this is exciting. And as long as we have enough time, I'm thinking 6 to 8 months of these experiments, you are going to see a big difference here. You're going to see this play out pretty quickly. And again, as I said, Mike Donahue is in the center ring on this, on both those issues. Stock market as an indicator hits year over year record high, still continuing. I think it's the Santa push stimulus right now. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oak Lynn on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how you doing today?
Good.
Basically, the Great Depression. It was the collapse of the stock market because most people were buying stocks on margin back then.
Right.
So it wasn't a crash. It was basically once the production was overproduced, people started selling their stocks, so it crashed, and 25% American unemployment destroyed basically Germany. Germany took one of the hardest hits from it, and it led to the rise of the Charlie Chaplin guy.
Yep, that's a very good one. That is a major thing. That famous capture in that cartoon, guy going off to buy a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow of money in Germany. I don't know if it was quite that extreme, but it was pretty close. All right, let's go to the judge, as Scott Presler always says. He is the chair of Cape GOP, Cape May County GOP, and our host this year at one of the most outstanding events ever, that big rally in October in North Wildwood, Mike Donahue. Mike, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Dom, Merry Christmas. Great to be here. Hope you had a great Christmas.
Absolutely, Mike. And I am counting down the days, Mondami more so. But with Mikey Sherrill, you and I haven't talked since they announced the Attorney General. And in her preamble, she said one of her main functions is going to be affordability. Now, we'll get to Mikey in a moment, but with the Attorney General, does that mean an attempt at price controls? What's your sense of that?
It's perplexing to me. I don't know Jen Davenport, but she's from Cape May County, which I kind of like.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I saw that. I read some of the stories. It didn't really make sense to me. It's the buzzword of the day. So I guess they're just trying to put it in wherever they can. I mean, if the discussion was that we are going to crack down on illegal immigration and participate along with the president and Homeland Security and ICE and all the rest of them in removing hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants from New Jersey, that would certainly be a huge cost savings to the taxpayers, but I don't think that's what they mean. I'm not sure how the Attorney General steps in. I guess they can identify waste, fraud, and abuse, but that really wasn't the discussion. It was just sort of this general, that's going to be my focus. I mean, let's wait and see, I guess, but I'm not quite sure what that looks like as the chief law enforcement officer.
Well, I am in a camp, Mike, that thinks this is sound strategy by them nationally and, through Jersey, because they have nothing else. So they have two things: hatred of Trump, which they're going to and it's going to be there in the midterms. But at least with affordability, even though they're the enemies of it, they can wrap around their message with that and play sort of against billionaires or whatever. So as you understand it, Mikey Sherrill then on day one is going to freeze prices how?
No one understands it.
Okay.
She just said it.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
She focused on energy and how terrible it was, and that Murphy's Green New scam policies finally came home to roost, and all of a sudden here we are having to buy power instead of exporting power, and all kinds of problems and prices going through the roof. And look, a lot of this was baked in, that they were planning to do this in order to fund offshore wind and other things, and they were just, willing to do it. And, the ratepayer be damned when it started to cost them politically. And I give her credit because she stole the issue. There's no doubt about it in that campaign that Mikey Sherrill stole the energy issue. It should have been a really good issue for us. And she flipped it around and said, well, I've got a plan, executive order, and I'm going to freeze prices. And Jack had a better plan, but it was about getting out of the regional greenhouse gas initiative, all these other things that people hers was much easier to digest, although it was impossible. And the governor Murphy actually said, yeah, this is pretty much impossible. So I don't know that there's any mechanism. I'm not really into New Jersey governors declaring states of emergency after COVID and what we saw how that worked. So that really is not the mechanism to try to fix this. The mechanism to fix this is to do what we were trying to do for many years, the all of above strategy, to make sure that we had traditional power sources to supply electricity while we tried to explore, cleaner energy sources. But there was never a legitimate plan to replace traditional sources of power generation with things like offshore wind. It was just all pie in the sky virtue signaling, and now it's coming back to bite us. And it's look, God bless the new governor Sherrill. I hope she succeeds because the state needs to succeed, but she is inheriting an absolute mess. I think it's going to be worse for her than ever was for Phil Murphy. I think she's stepping into the inevitable collapse of a socialist system, which eventually comes, right? Like Margaret Thatcher said, problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. That's where we are. And Governor Sherrill is going to govern over this failed socialist state. And, I'm kind of dreading it as a New Jersey resident. But I don't know that there's any way to stop it at this point. They can't, there's no more money, and they're broke, and they're going to continue to be broke. And, billionaires, how many have left? How many millionaires are there? The millionaires tax became the, half a millionaire's tax a long time ago. And what are they going to do now? Just, it's a failed system, and we're about to be a failed state, and we're about to have brownouts this summer and all these terrible things that socialism leads to. My hope is that the voters maybe wake up to that. And that's kind of also what happens sometimes, that the voters finally say, oh, you know what, we were going along with this, but look at this. Like, I can't even pay my electric bill.
Yeah, so that brings us to your other hat, Mike, which is a big one, the wind thing, and what President Trump did up and down the East Coast now around this of offshore wind. Does that mean what? We're okay until Trump's out of office, I guess.
Well, it's very significant. Yet we have been arguing for years of the national security impacts. And I go back to, I think it was 2022 or 23, where the Department of Defense, the Navy, that they have a giant naval base in Norfolk, Virginia, and they came out and said, yeah, you're not putting windmills offshore here. It'll interfere with naval operations. It'll interfere with radar, all these things. They ignored it. We heard at the time that there was sort of a lay-down order to DOD from the Biden administration to not get involved in these decisions. And we know Jeff Van Drew argued to the Coast Guard. Chris Smith wrote to, I think, the Department of Defense at the time. the congressman from Ocean County and Monmouth County, and Andy Harris, the congressman in Maryland, did the same thing. And, others, Megan Lapp from Seafreeze, us here in Cape May County, all argued to the Biden administration that there were serious national security concerns. We have the Coast Guard base in Cape May, right? All of it was ignored. We then began pushing with the Trump administration, and finally last week, the Secretary of Interior indicated he had reviewed confidential or classified national security assessments, and based on that, put a halt to all offshore wind that's under development right now. So it was a huge win. I mean, we've been to the U.S. Supreme Court to try to achieve that in regard to certain of these projects without success. So for that to happen now, and I would say my expectation would be that the ultimate national security analysis will conclude that these things are not compatible with U.S. national security. So there is a potential there for it to be more of a permanent thing. That doesn't mean a Democrat president couldn't find a way to undo it, but it's significant because there are projects that are underway,
right? Exactly.
That are now halted. Not just these sort of speculative projects in lease areas. These are projects. Revolution Wind, I think, is one, and the names are escaping me, but more up on the northern East Coast that. There are parties who have been fighting in federal court for years to try to stop these things, and now it has happened. So it's a big win. It was for us. It was kind of the second biggest day the first biggest day since Ørsted left on Halloween of 2023 and took their projects up at Cape May County back to Copenhagen. It was a very big win. So we continue to push, and we're going to try to concretize this. And Congressman Van Drew is still very much engaged, and see if we can't get through this pause to some type of permanent prohibition of these structures. So it was a good day.
Absolutely. Well, I can't thank you enough, though, what you've done and how I got closer to it and saw what you were involved in. This year, Mike, the event, the takeaway from it, whatever happened with Jack, younger people there at this huge event you did in North Wildwood, and spirituality coming through it, including your own. I am still stunned, and we just had Jack Posobiec on today, at the legacy of Charlie Kirk. In a million years, I wouldn't have guessed this would go on, or it was that big when he was assassinated. Are you still, and particularly that minister you had, that young guy, I don't even know if I can call him a minister, my God. It's unbelievable there. Yeah.
Pastor Matt Mayer.
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, yeah. One of a kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, we're all very much still engaged. The election was tough, and God bless Jack. He's a friend of mine. He always will be. It was a tough night. But it was a tough night all over the country for us. It was a blue wave we didn't see coming, and those things happen. But in terms of that event, what we call the Cape GOP America First Return to the Wildwoods rally, which was awesome, and thanks for being there. It was so great. It took on a life of its own, Dom, and I think Charlie Kirk was a big part of that. It was a month to the day when Charlie was assassinated when we had that rally, and all of a sudden it just sort of became this national thing with Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec and Cliff Maloney and Scott Lebedo and Scott Pressler and all of these people who were engaged in New Jersey sort of at the time and very much involved with Charlie, who wanted to be a part of it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Jack Posobiec's calling me saying, can I be a part of this? And unfortunately, Benny Johnson got stuck in Florida for good reason. But to have the rest of those guys there, to have Scott Lebedo unveiling his portrait of Charlie Kirk that night, and just it was just so moving for everybody. And we have maintained that. We continue these relationships that we developed that day, and we have plans for heading into 26. And we want to try. I don't think we'll ever be able to duplicate that, but we do have plans to try to do that again in the 26 cycle at some point. And the spirituality element of it really came from Charlie. He was a Christ-centered person, and that really shined through. And I think it was actually Matt Rooney who said at one point, he's like, we need more God in what we do, which I thought was a great quote. And it's true, and we've sort of maintained that. And I said at the time, when a martyr is made, the movement grows. And that's what we're witnessing right now. I mean, we're witnessing it with They just had America Fest, Turning Point USA that you saw with Erica Kirk and the vice president there and a whole lot of others recommitting to this. And, Matt and I are involved with the America First Policy Institute, which is also very God-centered, and advancing America First policies every day. So we're excited about 26. I think it's going to be a tough year. I think we have to do everything we can, switching hats back to politics, that, in order to maintain the House. It's an uphill slog for an off-year election in a presidential term, but not impossible. And the battleground districts are limited. So we still have a chance there. And I think the president is beginning to score some real economic wins that will affect people's pocketbooks, which is what he promised and what he needs to deliver on. So my hope is as we head through this year, people will begin to see that and feel it and be optimistic about it and keep that going. So a lot coming down the road as we head into 26.
Well, we got your seat already at Mulligan's, Mike, this year. No wells. Nothing's going to go wrong with that. So thank you, though, for just an unbelievable event and year to be continued, Mike. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom. Take care.
All right. Judge Mike Donahue here on Talk Radio 1210. Oh, God. Joe of Exton here on the horizon. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. By the way, I have the most popular cat and dog names this year. It's amazing how these things run in cycles. And I'll tell you what the most popular name for male dogs is. And is this part of the conversation I just had with Mike Donahue? I'll give you that next. You get in right now, though, at 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. We'll talk with Bill Devlin. Vast experience in Nigeria. Pastor Bill Devlin. They just got a guy released today that he was involved in. And this is part of the Trump doctrine in that the bombing, we're not going to put boots on the ground. We're not going to suffer casualties, but we are going to try to do what we can to at least mitigate. And at this point, anti-Christian bias, among other things, and this vicious group, Michelle Obama might at least put something up on Twitter. Remember her connection with the girls that were taken. I stand with them and all that. Well, so does Trump. And he actually took some action that might have some impact here. All right, the number one, according to Rover.com and Fox News, Luna remains the top cat and dog name of all time, and this year again. But for male dogs, just exclusively male dogs, Charlie is the most popular name for 2025. Now, I didn't go back and look and see in 2024 or 2023. That strikes me as a top 10 name potentially, but it is kind of curious that it is number one among male dogs this year. And I got to think some of that is what we were just talking about with Mike Donahue, the impact of Charlie Kirk. At least it strikes that it might be some. Milo is up there somewhere too, near the top, which I don't I don't get. But
you don't. It's from the movie Milo and Otis.
Okay. I don't know if it's appeared before though, but it's right there on the cusp of being the most named. All right, John in Huntington Valley during the holiday season. Where might we go here, John? All right, John, I'll take the call. John, go right ahead. Go right ahead with your sour grapes. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Near the top, which I
John, turn your radio off. I was going to give you your chance to attack President Trump.
It's from the movie Milo and Otis.
All right, thank you, John. His downfall would be America, of course, because of Trump. Okay. Duly registered, John. Thank you. I don't know why you just left the radio. Okay. Coming up, we're going to talk with Bill Devlin, Pastor Bill Devlin, who travels the world to some of the toughest places imaginable. I don't think, based on the email, that he's in Nigeria today, but maybe. He just effectuated the release of one individual who's fairly prominent. Get his thoughts. You know, Nicki Minaj, the whole thing associated with this, put it on the map, but the anti-Christian bias, murdering people. And, you know, it's difficult. We don't want to get involved as the world's policeman. For some, does this go too far that Trump then went after this group? Or do people see it as more as part of his mission, similar to what he's doing with Venezuela, where there's opportunity to flex American power for just causes? That's what he's doing without putting American lives on the line. That's where the trick is. That's what his policy has been. There's no, we're not going to get involved in wars and all that. You see how he squeezed in Maduro in Venezuela. Now, John missed his chance. That's okay. Yeah. I got him. John, Nuremberg trials, we're awaiting them coming up. Okay. All right. Hit us at 855-839-1210.
Occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discount of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
In Africa, 5-year-old Chiru has no choice. She and millions like her must walk miles every day for dirty water. But together, we can end their walk by providing clean water close by. Instead of spending hours walking to get water that makes them sick, girls can be in a classroom that expands their minds, and moms will gain back time to care for their families. Sons and daughters can grow up strong, finally free of sicknesses caused by dirty water. At World Vision, care about clean water runs deep. Deep enough to reach one new person with clean water every 10 seconds. Because every child, every person, everywhere deserves clean water and a chance to rise to their full potential. It's true. When you just add water, you change a life. Learn more at worldvision.org.
All right, coming up, I missed this yesterday, but the NFL really going all out. And again, we talked about the NFL early on to say, that's right, pushing back on President Trump. Bad Bunny. There's not going to be any change. We're going full steam ahead with this. I should have asked Jack Posobiec, who was here on the show, what are the plans? I'll text him and see if there's any update, because we're getting not that far away from what will be the Super Bowl entertainment. NFL yesterday really going after Trump. Roger Goodell. All the criticism, we don't care. That's it. Can you slice away 10 million people or so? I think potentially, I'm still in the camp that says you can, but you're going to need a few big name acts, etc. All right, Pastor Bill Devlin globetrots the world in some of the worst places imaginable, be it Gaza, Khartoum. Who goes to Khartoum? And over the years, I've spoken to him on a satellite. He was on a satellite phone, whispering on a rooftop in Cuba. But Nigeria is particularly a difficult spot. And here we have the president reacting to this. And Devlin was able to, along with others, able to get somebody released just in the last 24 hours or today. I'm not sure. Pastor Bill Devlin with us on Talk Radio 1210. Pastor Bill, welcome. Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining us. Is Bill there? All right, Pastor Bill Devlin with us.
Yeah,
Pastor
I'm
Bill.
sorry.
Merry
I'm here.
Christmas. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Hi,
Merry
Bill.
Christmas. Thank you, Dom. Yeah, Merry Christmas, and God bless you and all your listeners. And just, we've actually had a Christmas miracle in Nigeria. A young man who was falsely accused of murder. It was a case of self-defense. A Fulani jihadist Islamist herdsman came in with his cattle and destroyed this guy's farm. The guy pulled out a knife. Sunday Jackson went out there to say, hey, you're destroying my farm. The guy stabbed Sunday Jackson. This is a young man, 20 years old, a Christian. And they got involved in mortal combat, and Sunday Jackson killed the man in self-defense. So the next day he went to prison, and we been advocating for him. I first met him when he was on death row in a dirty, filthy prison in northeastern Nigeria in a place called Adamawa State. And we met him there. I met him there in February 2021. And so now for the last almost 5 years, we have been advocating for him. The Nigerian Supreme Court, and I'll be brief, this case went all the way up to the Nigerian Supreme Court, where Sunday was condemned to hang. And I did, over the next 10 days, along with my Nigerian team, about 51 media interviews. We just blanketed all of Nigeria. And as a result of that, in my last interview, I actually said that if you're going to kill Sunday Jackson, this innocent man, I'll put myself in his place. John 15:13 from the Gospel of St. John, greater love is no man than a man lays down his life for his brother. And so there was media about, here's this American pastor willing to exchange his life for Sunday Jackson. That was in April of this year. We continued to litigate this. We appealed to the governor of his home state. And on December 22nd, 2025, just a few short days ago, the governor pardoned him, granted clemency, and Sunday Jackson is now released. And he's back with his 2 children. Unfortunately, his wife died in his absence, but now he's back in his hometown in Adamawa State in a place called Yola. I've been there many, many times. Dom, I've done a total of 19 trips to Nigeria in the last 5 years. I've done 4 this year alone, February, March, April, and May. And so it's really, of all things, a Christmas miracle coming out of Nigeria. And this young man, who's now 30 years old, he was in prison, Dom, 10 years and 10 months. And it's just really a Christmas miracle coming out of Nigeria. And I'm grateful for my team, including Barrister Emmanuel Agebe, a storied international human rights advocate who's also an attorney, a barrister. And he lives in Virginia, and we've been back and forth 19 times together, and these last 4 times advocating for the release and the clemency and pardon of Sunday Jackson. And thanks be to God, we got it. So that's the breaking news coming out of Nigeria. And, of course, then on Christmas Day night, President Trump sent in the artillery, or I should say the jets. And, you know, if you believe St. Augustine and his theory of just war, that in order to protect the innocent, you have to kill the guilty. And just this year alone, Dom, over 8,000 Christian believers, and I've been among them many, many times in Nigeria. I mean, people who've had their limbs cut off. I won't get too graphic, beheadings. And as a result of that, I go and support them financially. I weep with those who weep. These widows that have lost and seen their husbands murdered with a machete, young children hacked to death. So Nigeria is no joke, and I'm grateful that I've been able to minister to the persecuted church there, Dom.
Bill, President Trump then putting this in the envelope of anti-Christian bias around the world, all the things that are happening, and we're going to see more of it. What will it take, in your estimation? You have military background, commendation for that combat. Is bombing able to do what? The Nigerians, according to every news report, the government is in concert with Trump on this. He's not doing it on its own. We're not going to put American lives on the line. That's the legacy of Trump, and I agree with him on that. But he is taking action. What is it that could break the back enough for the government to get control?
Well, Dom, unfortunately, I'm the prophet of doom on that. And Nigeria is one of those places, if I may say that, where there is a jihad going on. It happens every day. When you do the math, you divide 365 and 8,000. That's 21, 22 Christians a day that are being murdered. So I'm grateful for this intervention, but unfortunately, there's many in the government that are Islamist and jihadist, and they're right up there with the jihadis wanting to Islamicize now all of Nigeria. So it's slowly creeping down from the north. Nigeria has 36 states. Their government is much like ours, a House, a Senate, judiciary, an executive. But the 12 northern states are all controlled by Sharia law. And so how do you undo all of that? That's been happening over the last many decades. So unfortunately, I'm not optimistic. I'm pessimistic about what's going to happen, but hopefully, like Trump has done in Afghanistan and in Iraq, and other places, that there will be some mitigation of the killing. But unfortunately, Dom, you have so many in the government that are wanting Nigeria to become an Islamic caliphate. You've already got 12 of the 36 that have a caliphate in each of those states, and it just continues to grind on, and it's going to be the blood of the martyrs every day. And that's why I keep going, in order to weep with those who weep, in order to support them, to bring financial assistance, to rebuild churches that are being destroyed and burnt down, to care for orphans, to care for widows. I mean, when you look at the orphan population of Nigeria, it's unbelievable. And a couple of years ago, I was able to buy an orphanage that was being sold. We have 53 children there. So, but I'm just one person, Dom.
Yeah, well, right. Yeah. But, I was just calculating in my mind all these conversations with you. One, you probably have never, you're too busy doing it. I think you've raised over $100 million. So I'm going to try to calculate going back over all these periods of time, Bill, in one way or another. I know it's a staggering figure. I think it's possible, though, given the causes, given the benefactors that you're able to reach. Wanted to talk about something else brewing, though. And you're involved in the guts of this, but we've talked about it the last couple of shows. My friend Scott Jennings sent something on Twitter, and it really has hit a chord with people. Politico, big piece from Europe, how the far right stole Christmas. Talking about how conservative, and the line that Scott Jennings, and Bill, this will get you, that he put up on Twitter and got a big response to. They're saying that we are recasting Christmas as a marker of Western civilization. I would argue it is probably the marker of Western civilization. We're not recasting anything. We've always had it, and hopefully we always will.
Yeah, and it goes back to a Christian bishop in Turkey that provided gifts. That was St. Nicholas, and he's a storied character in the history of the church, and it actually came of Turkey, Asia Minor. So, but now the West has captured it over these many centuries since the time of Constantine. And yeah, we're what are we doing? We're celebrating the birth of Christ. What's wrong with that? We're not recasting anything. I agree with you totally, Dom, that Christmas has always been the celebration of the birth of Christ. Maybe it wasn't on December 25th, but that's the day that's been selected. And we celebrate the birth of the Savior of the world. Good tidings to all men, peace on earth, goodwill toward all of us. And so I don't know where Politico is coming off and just saying that we're recasting it. It's been around for 2 millennia, going back to the ancient church, where after the death, burial, or after the crucifixion, death, burial, of course, the birth of Jesus, we not only celebrate Christmas, but we also celebrate Easter, the resurrection. So Western civilization is built on those principles, and why not let it flourish? The land of the free and the home of the brave. I mean, that's where we get religious freedom from, is from the Gospels.
Exactly. Well, Bill, thank you. I was thinking of reaching out to you today. I should have known you would be involved in Nigeria in one way or another. Yes. Where is Bill Devlin headed? Well, are you headquartered in New York now?
Well, I'm between New York and the People's Republic of Philadelphia, so we'll now have to call it the People's Republic of New York.
I am deputizing, and I have a list of about 6 to 8 already. Every moment of Mondami. I want a timeline from when he gets up in the morning that he's out there helping us to take back the country, because it is incredible what's going to happen there.
It really is, yeah, and we're not looking forward to it. I know those of us who were clergymen up in New York, we're losing Cardinal Dolan and gaining Zoran Mamdani. I don't know. That's an interesting perspective on that. But, Dom, I'm going to continue to go forward. I'm working in 20 nations. They're all war zones, like you mentioned. Sudan, Syria, Afghanistan, Gaza, Nigeria. I'm going to be in there here in 2026 trying to save lives. And at the tender age of 74, I'm still cranking and still moving forward. So thanks be to God. And Don, thank you for your long-term friendship. I mean, I always have appreciated you, and going back to the 1990s there, and just appreciate you and our long-term friendship very much. As you always say, it's the beauty of talk radio, and I'm just grateful to be your friend and to be a frequent guest. And just have me on anytime you want, and I'll update you. I kind of feel like I'm your global globetrotter and volunteer Cub reporter.
All righty, Bill. Thank you very much, Pastor Bill Devlin. Thank you.
All right. God bless, Tom. Thank you so much.
Pastor Bill Devlin with us, the annual Christmas message, Nigeria. It's a Trump doctrine playing out here. By the way, I'll be on Newsmax tomorrow night, and I was on this show before. It's interesting. It's called The Count. I think they take the top 10 issues of the week and count down. I should be on at about 6:10 tomorrow night. If you're a Newsmax fan, the show's The Count. Amazon Prime. I heard about this yesterday. I can hardly wait to we've done shows on something you dare not touch. When they want to boulderize. Remember that word? It was named after a guy hundreds of years ago who wanted to change the language of something sacred or something people liked. We've seen this with classics. But Amazon Prime is under fire because they're streaming It's a Wonderful Life with one key scene cut out. I'll tell you the scene and why they're doing it coming up. It's a business purpose, but it's failing. And it's about 22 minutes of it they've cut out that destroys the whole thing. All right, we have that going on. We'll get to the side question, too. And yesterday, the NFL fires back. It's a big day, Christmas Day. They've taken over that, of what they're going to do with the Super Bowl. Isn't this more proof that this organization, which is completely brutal to its consumers, knows no boundaries when it comes to in your face with at least half the country, with the antics of Bad Bunny, who I think they verified yesterday, it seems to me, most of the Super Bowl entertainment will be in Spanish, which, newsflash, is not the language of the country. Well, it's global. Oh, good. I just want to write that down when we talk about the NFL in the future. They were on the ropes once. When they went after the cops with their nonsense, Kaepernick taking a knee, it wasn't about the country. It was about the cops. They hate the cops. We know that. We've seen that. They were on the ropes. That's the one time where they suffered some degree of anguish, of anxiety over people and their viewing habits, etc. It worked for a while, but it is enormous. America obviously wants it. Yesterday, I mentioned this earlier. They're on streaming platforms that you have to pay for one way or the other. Mediocre games, but they still, and we'll have the figures by Monday. I don't know if they're out there yet, of the number of viewers of those three games versus the NBA games, which used to dominate on Christmas. They just decimated. Even baseball would give way to it. It's just even the world, it doesn't matter. This is obviously the sport. This is what America wants. They're that goal, that they can put Bad Bunny up there, not only in Spanish, but then the Trump aspect of this. Will there be a counter Super Bowl. We were told that before. I'll have to ask Jack Posobiec again. He's inside that. And if there is, would people actually watch that? Or are they going to watch this blatant play for audiences that are out there? No doubt. This is their globalization of football, which their business. I get all that, even though it's preposterous. That's their choice. But it flies in the face of the average American, or at least sizable 40, 50% of Americans who support Trump. I mean, this guy has blatantly been in that camp. How can you do the American Super Bowl in Spanish? How is that America's sport? Does Roger Goodell get asked about that? Not really. I mean, you just don't get, this guy is as insulated as anybody alive. How in the world does it have that amount of power? It can do anything it wants to its customers, fans, seating licenses, a million other things. And people would say, what are you going to do? It's crack cocaine. We want it. I've only seen once where it was a bit on the ropes, and that was at the height of the Kaepernick stuff. But that was pretty quick, and they figured out a way to massage that pretty well. And after that, it's even more popular. So I'm not talking about football. I'm just talking about what a corrupt, out-of-control organization the NFL is. It's not the sport per se. It's the infrastructure of what they've created. A lot of it is driven, I get it, by just making more money. Okay. But Bad Bunny, in the face of what I've told you. So would you watch an alternative show? What would it take? We haven't heard more from Erica Kirk or Jack today. We'll get you an update soon to see, have they secured something, or is that just puffery? Can you not take them on? I know about the puppy show. That's it. I'm talking about a show that is in direct contrast to what they're offering America. I'd say you need 10 people to watch, given their reach, or you're laughed at. If you had 1 million, they'd laugh at it. I mean, they want every eyeball they can. But 10 million would be a pretty sizable number. You get 20, 25 million, you're starting to get attention. Is there any act? Is there anything out there? Trump should be on it. I think he would be doing something special. But what else would you be able to muster that's going to have people tune into that versus Bad Bunny? If you can't get people to tune in on a guy singing almost solely in Spanish, then the NFL has conquered the world even more than I thought before. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you leave. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
PennDOT officials statewide have already been gearing up for the storm and freeze tonight. West Philadelphia nonprofit Chosen 300 Ministries was offering folks presents and winter coats on Christmas. And Kwanzaa is underway. The African American Museum in Philadelphia has a special week of programming.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. It's an entourage, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Jump in now. Get your name into the hat, and at the end of the hour, we will pick out the winner this week. There have been some outstanding answers this week. I'm not sure which one of you guys will do that, but I hope you have the winners from that. Kirk, you might have some
yes,
of that,
I
right?
do.
Yeah,
Yep,
good. Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, and we'll pick out just as we do. We only have 4 this week due to Christmas. We're talking about downfalls because 1991, yesterday on Christmas Day, Gorbachev resigns and the Soviet Union dissolves, essentially. That is as big of a downfall as you're going to find. We're looking for something outside the box. Person, place, thing, product, doesn't matter, real or fictional, you can get in with this. So the word that Goodell used yesterday repeatedly in this about Bad Bunny was, this is going to be unified. This is going to be uniting us. My God, how does a guy not doing a Super Bowl performance, America's sports par excellence, one of the biggest too big to fails in the world, the NFL, perform in Spanish? How is that unifying? It is not. If he did a song in Spanish or a lyric, okay. All right, I get the crossover. I get the whole thing. I get they're going worldwide. This is a top entertainer, top 5 name globally, at least, no doubt. Top 10 at worst, probably top 3 in some, we get all that. It's big. And he mentioned it. It's not unified. You are banking on the fact that you can do whatever you want, the NFL. And it is so appealing to so many people, such a part, particularly in a place like Philadelphia. You can literally charge anything or do anything you want. I think they're taking it easy on how much they can exploit it. People will complain, but it doesn't stop them. And yesterday was the heyday of it, of showing their power, and we'll have the numbers soon, in which they own Christmas Day now. I don't know if it was 2 years ago. Certainly by last year, they had dipped more than their toe into it. And they put the games on streaming services that some people have, some people don't, right? And Netflix has trouble. I guess they get overwhelmed. I don't know, their technology or whatever. They had trouble again yesterday. It was fine, some of the stuff that I saw, but overall, it's difficult for them. And yet they still dominate the premier day for the NBA, which is also a pretty global sport. I'd say basketball is more global than, I'm not sure if people know football more, but soccer, because of soccer and that whole thing, basketball is universally, I didn't think baseball is just in some Caribbean countries, Cuba, the like. Basketball is out there, but they just can't make a dent. And immediately you have people saying, well, they have a bad product. They put on good games yesterday, marquee matchups of a sort. It's not that. It's that the NFL people crave it, and they're willing to put up with this stuff. It's the magic of football. It's the same way that it replaced, how many years ago, baseball as a national pastime. Even though baseball's on so much and the leisurely pick, doesn't matter. Football dominates.
And people would rather watch mediocre football than good basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what this is telling us. There is no doubt about it. They have taken over Christmas Day, which in their business model, I get it. Why do you have to do Bad Bunny? And one answer is their aspiration is to be global. Okay, that's a fine aspiration. But you don't get to say this is uniting. Is anybody listening that's been paying attention to this, the several times we've talked about it, knows that doing the halftime show, not in the official language of the country, is not united. You can do it. It's a free country. I don't think it's violative of anything. You absolutely can do it, but you don't get to say it's united. And he understands his platform. He has been rabidly pro-illegal immigration, rabidly anti-Trump. And as a nice touch, to do it as I understand it, and we'll see how it actually plays out, suppose he does take a moment to make some commentary and says, why not say blank Trump in Spanish or otherwise, or in English at the beginning or end of it? What would the repercussion be? NFL knows it. America would scream for a second, but America is going to buy NFL football. It's almost impossible, it seems, except for that one brief period. I remember it. I was convinced that it was making a dent. It wasn't going to destroy it. It wasn't going to be, even on a scale of 1 to 10, a 5, but it was in that 3-4 range. They were getting antsy about it because it is all about profit, which is fine. That's called capitalism. But I don't think their model is capitalism. I mean, how they actually operate. If capitalism is just going after every dollar that you can get, that's fine. I'm certainly on board with. Why, though, Bad Bunny? Are there not entertainers out there in his strata, or one or two of them together? We know that there are, that would put on a great show. He's universal. It'd be very hard to come up with the list of the most popular, impactful performers around the globe, not just in the United States or English-speaking, whatever. By any reckoning, and if anybody I could bring on that might be able to make a case, from what I see, he's up there in that stratosphere. But that's why they're doing it. They're saying, we don't care. We are going to do what we want. I mean, to have the Eagles a couple of years ago go and play in a place like Brazil and all the right out of the box in the opening and their fans and everything else, they're telling you that's what we're going to do. Okay, do it to us again. Let us pay more. Is there anything? Yesterday was a perfect example. Mediocre games, only one had vague playoff implications, and yet it's a winner, even on Christmas Day, versus the NBA trying. I'd have to go through, was it their best product, and all that up and down the line. I would just say trying to put on intriguing matchups. They had one good game. They're in the Garden. It was pretty entertaining. It doesn't match it. The power is there. So now the ball is in the court. We had Jack Posobiec on today. Of Erica Kirk, Jack Posobiec, President Trump. Let's count down the weeks. We're getting near roughly 5 or 6 weeks where we'd have to start to hear announcements. What would their platform be? In other words, what platform could get them 10 to 20 million people to watch just the halftime show? What would you have to do? What would the reveal be? Who would be involved? And my answer is, at this point in time, I don't see it. So if that threat doesn't come through, the NFL is saying, see, We told you so. We will do whatever we want to do. That's what Bad Bunny symbolizes to me, particularly the language part. How many times over the years have we fought this whole thing? It's ludicrous. It's America's national game. It should not be in Spanish. He sings in English too, but it's a worldwide appeal. It's the allure of this. That's why we're going to go down this. So how many people then will not watch the halftime show because of that? They don't care necessarily about a segment of Americans that do that. If they get the worldwide audience to watch, then they're dipping the toe of the NFL in there. And as a business model, I get it. What leverage does Trump or anybody else have against the NFL? Everybody can huff and puff. Is it antitrust? Yes, it is antitrust. But they'd be scared to death to challenge them. The country would revolt if you went after that. Even our inspector tried that. All right, more calls coming up. Let's get some good ones. The downfall. 855-839-1210. That's what we're looking for on Talk Radio 1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
High today, 34. We're expecting some snow this afternoon. Some sleet might mix with that. 1 to 3 inches total. Just depends on where you are. Tonight, a mix of wintry precipitation is still expected and will get down to around 30. Tomorrow, clouds, high 35. Sunday, cloudy again, high 40.
Mini of Westchester has a huge selection of Mini Coopers in stock. Enjoy 0% financing or up to $7,500 in rebates on select models. Don't wait. The best deals are going fast. Visit Mini of Westchester or shop online at miniwc.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, right before the lightning round. Coming to your calls, top trending U.S. news searches this year. This is good, and it tells me a downside that the Republicans have not messaged enough on this. It got passed all the way back in July. One big, beautiful bill is the top trending news search. Government shutdown was up there. Charlie Kirk assassination was third. Tariffs fourth. No Kings protest. L.A. fires. New Pope chosen. Epstein files only number 8. Now, if you take it over the next couple of weeks of this year, Epstein files might be higher up there. U.S. presidential inauguration. Hurricane Melissa made the top 10. The trending people searches. Zoran Mondami. That's good, buddy. I hope you're number one throughout this year because we are going to see in New York big trouble. Tyler Robinson. Erica Kirk, Pope Leo the 14th, and Shadur Sanders, which is just stunning to me.
Wow.
That guy's number 6, at least according to this Google search thing. All right, let's go to number 1, always on our hit parade. Joe of Exton, who soon will get the Lifetime Achievement Caller Award.
Exactly right.
As I'm dreaming it up. Hey, Joe, Merry post-Christmas. What do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
After I present my answer, I have a comment. My example is the downfall of the glorification, honor, and sanctity surrounding the Japanese emperor when he uttered, "We have awakened a sleeping giant." For my comment, you began the show mentioning the rosary. The rosary is nothing other than a perfect simplification of Greek worry beads.
Okay, Joe, tell me what you're trying to tell us through that.
With the rosary, we are uttering prayers for our salvation. With Greek worry beads, all you are doing is trying to calm your anxieties and worries.
Gotcha, Joe. Yeah, well, these are eternal anxieties and worries. All this because Jack Posobiec was on. Rosary Battle was trending. I'm not sure. I didn't look at Twitter in the last hour or so. Trending at that point. That's why we had him on. Right. He has a giant rosary bead. Something about a military man, rose bead, he said. And this is the ongoing fight inside the conservative movement with Levin and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, that whole thing. It seemed to be something coming off that. I didn't ask him, but I will. Any updates? I mean, are people in America, I'm predicting they are. My first prediction for 2026. The NFL will do this, and people will roll over. I mean, Trump is out there again now, and so is Speaker Johnson saying this is crazy, et cetera. Well, what can you do to ding the NFL? What can you do to go after them? They deserve it. It's not, let's separate the game itself and the passion people have and the love of it and all that from what they are about. I mean, when we have an owner who exhibits, think of the owners of the NFL, when they exhibit something the left finds repulsive or they don't like or they think it's discriminatory or some statement they made, they at least, and sometimes they've been successful, try to ouster the owner. They take action. Here, the entire league is signing off on America's game. Arguably, we went through this before. The premier eyeball, certainly the numbers indicate it, entertainment event of the year, the 250, let me throw that in, the 250th anniversary year. And what do these people at the NFL do to flex even more? They put a guy up there who is anti what the election was about, or a large part of the election, and verbalizes that and might do it at the Super Bowl. He can be anti-Trump. That's fine. He's a president and all that. Will he do it during the act? But he's going to do it in Spanish. That's an affront. That is directly an affront. Well, aren't you about diversity? And I said, all right, he does a song in Spanish. He makes some comments. He blends it in. And mainly it's in English. All right, I'm not going to count syllables. But as I understand it from what the NFL said, that's the way they're going to go. And America says, oh, well, NFL masters, just tell us what you want to do and how much money we should throw at you, and we will do it, particularly in a place like Philadelphia. We will do anything. It's almost as if the other sports don't exist here. Yeah, people posture greatest sports town in America. It comes down to one thing, the Eagles. The Phillies have had moments, been pretty close. It doesn't matter. The Sixers are an afterthought, and the Flyers are a foreign sport. I mean, it just doesn't. There is nothing that has been solidified more. We are I don't know if it's like that in every city that the NFL is that dominant, but here it is. You can argue the reason why this is a blue-collar town, it's a violent sport, etc. But there's something about it in Philadelphia now that is remarkable. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom. Thank you so much, Dom. With the NFL, the greed, like it really started, I suppose, about 50 years ago with the blackout rule. It was just took away from the little guy.
Yep.
Some guy who's working hard in North Philly just wants to sit and watch the game or something. And if the stadium wasn't sold out, they blacked it out. That was Art Modell. He was the genius to that. Just typical greed. They wouldn't let the little guy watch the game,
Well, the little guy won't be able to watch the halftime show unless we have English captioning underneath it this year, Drew.
Yeah, I agree. And it's the youth. It's all about the youth, who really don't care, who are so naive of the politics right now. They all think it's great, and they'll pay whatever it takes. And I was going to say, like what dynasty or the fallout. What the side question is, like the NBA on Christmas Day, they used to own that. Now it's gone.
Yep. Is that your answer today, Drew?
Hey, Dom, thanks, man. Hey, David of South Carolina, he nailed it with Joe Pa, but you know what? He was gradual. Like a lot of downfalls were gradual over time. But this gentleman, who I'm going to say, in one split second, his legend, his fame, he's no longer going to be on their Wall of Fame. It was on national TV during the Gator Bowl, I think. That was Woody Hayes, the head coach of Ohio State, when in a fit of frustration and anger, he slugged a player of the Clemson Tigers. And just like that, in 1 second, was his downfall.
And that player happened to go to the school that I was teaching at the time, prior, Runnymede, New Jersey.
Wow.
I think his name was Bowman. And you're right, he intercepted a pass, and Woody Hayes went nuts and knocked him down. Yeah. That's a good one. That the instantaneous part of it, he's right. In a nanosecond, the guy's running. I guess he got hit out of bounds, and Woody Hayes just pretty much decked him. Woody Hayes, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That's all that we want. That guy would have loved the tush push. He might have done it every play. Okay, here are the phone lines now for the lightning round. You got to get in quickly. Then we'll have the cavalcade of the 4 winners this week. We'll pull out of the hat for one of them. I'm a little bit unclear on the prize, but we'll straighten it out. We'll send it to Henry, and he'll get it all straightened out. We'll tell you on Monday, hopefully, or the winner at least. 855-839-1210. Lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding free bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round. Let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Hey, thank you for welcoming me in. Good Friday to you. And I want to give you my side answer is a singing duo that had a very big hit record album, Girl, You Know It's True, back in 1990. And they got the award, Grammy Award, for the Best New Artist. But it was later revoked when they found out that the singers never sang on their hit album. I'm talking about Milli Vanilli.
Absolutely. Big fall from grace. They were pretty big. Yep. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, what do you have?
First off, I've never watched an Eagles Super Bowl game because every time I go and watch, they protest the national anthem, and I just don't watch. The secret is just boycott them. Divest. I don't wear any Eagles gear or anything like that, and if enough people do it, maybe they'll change their mind. But you need enough people to go and back that up.
Okay, absolutely.
But my answer is the Philadelphia manufacturing base. I drive all over the city, and I go and I look at the old maps when I'm working on certain properties. And there used to be railroad tracks all over the place. Up until the 90s, you couldn't even drive down Delaware Avenue because of all the tracks. You drive through Northwood and Frankfort, and there are these big stone walls. They used to have railroad cars running through the Frankfort neighborhood, through the nicer, bigger houses there. You drive around, you see all these big factories. SEPTA needed new trains. Rather than go to the Bud Company, which manufactures them off of Red Lion Road, they went to a Japanese company. The Bud plant is now a golf course. Nabisco left. You see all these abandoned factories, and we've lost all of our manufacturing base.
Thank you, Earl. Yep, that's a very good one. Jordan in Conshohocken. Jordan, what's yours? Yo, Jordan.
It's been 2 weeks since.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's been 2 weeks since Trump said he has truckloads of evidence of 2020 election fraud. How come no one's talking about it? It's
All
almost like
right,
you all
buddy.
just-
Hey, buddy, give me your answer. What's your answer, buddy?
Rudy Giuliani.
All right, thank you. That's all you had to do. Look, you know what? Don't come on here and do this other stuff. Just never call again if you want to do that. You want to say Rudy Giuliani because of a fall from grace and explain it, that's fine. Trump doesn't have to be in every essence on one side or another, okay? Zenos in Upper Darby. Zenos, what's yours?
Merry Christmas, Dom. After Christmas, I'll try to go fast. Mine is the British Empire, the fall of the British Empire. It's nothing what it was.
That is a big one. Thank you, Zenos. A little bit low on time here. All right, who did you like, Kirk?
So I'm going to go. I can't believe that John didn't know Milli Vanilli.
Right. Okay. All right, who do you like, Kirk?
I'm sorry, real quick. Joe Paterno, David in South Carolina.
Yeah, I thought that was a very good one. Who did you like?
I agree. David in South Carolina, Joe Paterno.
All right, Joe Paterno. Let's put him into the hat. Let's hear the roll call of 4 here, Kirk, and pick a winner.
So the roll call, John's got it. Go ahead, real quick, John.
So number 1, we have on Monday was Joe of Exton, Monk, the best side character. On Tuesday, Tom from Rosebot, the number 2 pencil, the best small invention. On Wednesday, Zenos, the Munsters with the best family. And today we have David in Lexington with Joe Paterno as the biggest downgrade. So now let's pick the winner here. Tom from Rosemont, the number 2 pencil for the best small invention. He is the winner of the week.
All righty. Tom is the winner. We'll get that on the prize, and we'll have all that for you coming up. So have a great weekend. Richie Always Show is next. I'll be with you on Monday. It's only brief, and then there's something else in that time after that. But all next week, and we'll count down and break down the emphasis of this year and look into next year. Thanks to Kirk. Thanks to John for producing. 855-839-1210 is always going to be the number. The Richie Always Show is next. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and away we go. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of January. 0% financing available.
Prioritize
prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT will ring in 2026 with the legendary Bob Pantano. Be here starting at 7 p.m. for the New Year's Eve dance party, live from the Adelphia Ballroom. It's how New Year's Eve is meant to be celebrated. Great music, friends, and fun. The Bob Pantano New Year's Eve dance party. Starting at 7 p.m. live on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and at Bob Pantano Dance Party Radio on the Odyssey app.
High today, 34. We're expecting some snow this afternoon. Some sleet might mix with that. 1 to 3 inches total. Just depends on where you are. Tonight, a mix of wintry precipitation is still expected, and we'll get down to around 30. Tomorrow, clouds, high 35. Sunday, cloudy again, high 40.
WPHT HD WOGL HD3 Philadelphia from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live.
What's one of your favorite memories?
That's a tough question. Well, there was this one time I went camping with my parents in a forest back when I was maybe like 8 or 9. And, I can remember one night we were laying out in our hammocks and we were just, watching the